Chapter 1521 Visiting Old Friends 2. And, the Foundation's name has been changed. Check the chapter for the new names. Additionally, there is a plot hole in previous chapters. Wu Hong said the events after the Absolute Killer created primals, when I previously said the Absolute Killer was killing primals like chickens and dogs. What Wu Hong meant to say is that this event created the modern form of primals, meaning primals were different during the Soul Age. Wang Wei thought briefly. Since Yan Liling did not want to leave with him, he would do his best to help her now. I can't directly give you resources, but I can give techniques and valuable information. He raised his palm to condense 3 talismans. The first one is all my knowledge about entering the taboo battle realm. The second is a soul technique that should help you condense an Empyrean soul. It's best to modify it to fit your physique. Lastly, this is the 13 Transcendent Foundation technique. I don't expect you to cultivate this thing in the lower dimension with the lack of resources, but you can start preparing when you ascend. Yan Liling's eyes lit up with each introduction, and she squinted after hearing the last item. Transcendent? As in? Yes, it's a technique to improve your foundation and increase your chances of entering that realm, he explained. Yan Liling has already found her transcendent path, putting her ahead of everybody. Additionally, she can also travel a semi-traditional path. She can first condense her soul quintessence, which would improve her pill refining skills. Then instead of focusing on her body, she can focus on condensing her Tao quintessence and using its power to nurture her body. Wang Wei is ready to suggest this path to her, but she is still in the Great Emperor realm and is not ready for those conversations. All she needs to do now is establish a firm foundation until she is ready for that step. Thank you, Yan Liling smiled. It seems you've already cultivated the 10th revolution of your bloodline. What about Li Jun? Wang Wei asked. The same. In that case, I'll leave you with the 11th revolution so you can also prepare in advance. Wang Wei nodded before handing her another talisman. He then looked at the sky. Leaving already? I probably shouldn't have spent a few days waiting for you to finish your pill. Wang Wei smiled wryly. Heavenly Dao's eyes on him are becoming more impatient, and the warning to leave as quickly as possible is intensifying. You're not going to check on the sect. There should be time for a short conversation, Wang Wei nodded. One more thing. Have you already started the process of choosing the next guardian? I have prepared the selection test, but I haven't chosen anyone yet. Yan Liling replied truthfully. Choose someone from our sect, and start training them now. Is something wrong? The catastrophe is coming, and the lower dimension should be protected. However, the power level involved might be beyond Heavenly Dao's. Are you saying the lower dimension might suffer? Yan Liling asked. Yes, and since the Myriad Emperor world is the destiny center of the lower dimension, it will be one of the primary attack targets. Wang Wei nodded. The next guardian needs to be prepared for this possibility, and if they are from our sects, they can also ensure its security in case things go awry. Yan Liling squinted. Are you being cautious or just prepared? Prepared, Wang Wei replied. Myriad is technically on the same level as Heavenly Dao. There may be some difference in strength, but their realm or life levels are the same. So if Myriad could be injured, Heavenly Dao was not safe. I understand. Don't forget to get as much merit as possible before ascending, Wang Wei said to her before teleporting to the sect. The general atmosphere was peaceful, with a hidden sense of nobility and detachment. Since his departure, the Dao opening sect's chi luck has prospered beyond words, especially since they are the de facto rulers of the lower dimensions. They just don't show it. A perfect example of their status is when the sect announced they would be competing in this generation's Heaven Will battle. 90% of factions immediately decided to send their Heaven Chosen to other world communities to compete. The remaining 10% decided to face the beast and try to weaken the Dao opening sect's momentum. Some foreign worlds or lineages even chose to send their best people to compete in the Myriad Emperor world's battle to try and stop Kaisong's rise. Unfortunately for them, the following 3 generations will be crushed under the Dao opening sect's supremacy. There are few noteworthy talents, Wang Wei commented. He was slightly worried that the sect wouldn't have any new talent after Li Wenling, but he seemed to be overthinking. Countless unparalleled geniuses have been born in the three clans due to the sect's luck and the human fiend god bloodline. Furthermore, most of the best talents in the lower dimension want to join the strongest sect. He teleported to the hidden dimension of the sleeping ancestors, immediately revealing his presence. Origin 1, Sword 1, Desolate 1, and all the others teleported before him. They looked at him with hesitation, not knowing how to address him. Wang Wei was about to say something to appease the situation when Origin 1 acted. He bowed 90 degrees and said, "Welcome back, ancestor." The others did not hesitate and followed him. Wang Wei looked at them. The cultivating world was all about strength, and age was irrelevant. Those people might have been his elders before, and even watched him grow, but now, they had to respect him. Not to mention him technically older than them, Wang Wei thought. He glanced at Ancestor Wuxia. He knew that even if he tried, it would be hard to have their former relationship. "You can rise," Wang Wei said softly, accepting his new title and position. "Is everything all right?" Origin 1 asked. "If you're talking about me, then I'm fine. If you mean the ancestors above, they are also all right," Wang Wei revealed. The last update these people had about the upper dimension was that chaos was spreading, and their ancestors had disappeared after the ultimate taboo. "That's good to hear." Origin 1 sighed in relief. "I came to warn you of a few things," Wang Wei continued. "The upper dimension is about to experience a catastrophe on a scale unlike anything we've seen before, and this time, the lower dimension may not be protected." Everyone squinted their eyes. This was major news. Most of you have reached the limit of the lower dimension, and are probably considering ascension, Wang Wei continued. Before leaving, he left enough resources and opportunities for these people to become Dao rulers or immortal sovereigns. He also left a system to train replacements to ensure the sect was still strong and protected. This disaster is terrible news but also an opportunity. For example, there is something called the Path Transfer Mandante, which can allow you to transfer from the Dao or immortal path to the Emperor path, with the limitation that you can only be a pseudo-eternal and drop one cultivation realm. Wang Wei was slightly shocked when he saw that thing in the exchange list. Heavenly Dao went all out for the catastrophe, including creating a way to make the Emperor path more prosperous. He believed there might even be a way to change into a true eternal, but that resource is in the Transcendent tier of the exchange list. Such a thing exists? Sword 1 asked. "I don't know if it did before, but it does now," Wang Wei explained. His knowledge was limited, but he had never heard of such a thing until he saw it on the exchange list. "So there is still hope for us," someone muttered, and everyone felt resonance with these words. It did not matter that they could not be eternal, as pseudo was more than enough for them. These people did not know that being a pseudo-eternal was the minimum requirement to become a primal. And if they knew, the ambitious ones would be even happier. Unfortunately, before these people could celebrate for long, Origin 1's next words immediately curbed their enthusiasm. "Such a thing must be extremely rare or priceless, right?" he asked. Everyone knew reincarnation was the only way to change path, but most people did not want to take the risks associated with it. "Priceless but not rare," Wang Wei replied. "As long as you have enough merit, you can exchange it. And the upcoming disaster will have plenty of opportunities to acquire merit, if you have the strength and are willing to risk your life." These people did not care about the danger. In fact, most of them were bored ever since the sect became so powerful that most people dared not fight against them. Of course, a few people were calmer about this news and weighed their decision. Wang Wei looked at Desolate 1. "I know you despise the Emperor path, but there is no room for prosperity for the other paths in the upper dimension. It's extremely challenging to become an insurgent the higher your cultivation. I've been there countless yuan epochs, and have never met an insurgent worth remembering." Desolate 1 frowned, but did not say another word. Wang Wei did not try to convince him again, and said his last words. "You can choose whether to stay to pass the catastrophe or ascend to participate. There won't be any repercussions for your decision. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1522 The Heavenly Emperor Era's Significance. Wang Wei teleported away after warning them. The trip to the lower dimension was underwhelming due to the vast difference in cultivation. First, he notices the subtle emotions of Yan Liling, and when he meets his ancestors, they treat him with only awe and reverence, removing all personal connections between them. I understand why the ancestors rarely visit, Wang Wei sighed as he took one last look. He probably won't return here for a long time, if at all. He took one last look at everything before him. The lower dimension was full of hidden dimensions with the sole purpose of helping others. These emperors went above and beyond to replicate his success and get as much merit as possible. Wang Wei suddenly realized something. I think I may have accidentally started these people on the path of constructing minor constructs. Something like a dream world might have just been his way of creating the cultivator world's version of the internet. But for people like Dong Lifan who cultivate Dream Dao, that world is a prototype to a dream construct, which is something only Dao quintessence cultivators will have. No wonder Heavenly Dao went all out on protecting the lower dimension, Wang Wei thought. He realized the true importance of his Heavenly Emperor era. I was basically training and preparing these people for the quintessence realm. Just as the information from Earth has proven crucial to Wang Wei's way of thinking, the cultivators of the lower dimension will also have a similar mindset that will benefit them immensely when they try to enter the quintessence realm. This also means the lower dimension is even more valuable than I thought, Wang Wei frowned. In a moment he realized the implications of this information. Ideas are valuable, and when quintessence realm powerhouses learn of this place's existence, they will all want to experience it to see if they can be inspired. These people will do everything possible to get their hands on this place, or destroy it to prevent others from having it. They will also try to recreate their own version. Then there are the cultivators from the lower dimension, Wang Wei thought. It won't show up now, but in the future, when the Transcendent age is fully developed, people will notice that it is easier for people born in this place to reach the quintessence realm. Just as people with information from Earth have an advantage in their thinking, the cultivators born from the lower dimension will also have an advantage, albeit at a lower difficulty. In other words, just as Hongjun started a training program through media for the people of Earth, I've done the same thing for the people of the lower dimension by setting the Heavenly Emperor era, Wang Wei thought with a wry smile. He knew he had been played. There was no way this was an accident. Grand Dao's ultimate purpose has always been the prosperity of the world. The Heavenly Emperor era was an excellent tool to ensure that as many quintessence realm powerhouses were born as possible, thus assuring the prosperity of the upcoming Transcendent age. Everything is connected, Wang Wei thought with a deep sigh. The Eternal Ascension world was about to become the true destiny center of the Chaos universe, and this Heavenly Emperor era had greatly contributed to that effort. A world that is the center of destiny should have something unique about it, such as the capability of numerous quintessence realm powerhouses. Heavenly Dao would need the blessing or permission of the Heaven Cardinal to release many of the items in the exchange list. So how did it get the permission? Wang Wei thought. What Heavenly Dao did with the Tribulation era, Golden era, and Ultimate Taboo should have helped. Still, Wang Wei also believed the existence of his era greatly contributed to the latter's success. Everyone is a pawn, Wang Wei thought to himself as he resisted the urge to destroy his creation. He peered at the future and saw numerous possibilities. As expected, his era would end, but the ideas of creating minor constructs became an essential aspect of the lower dimensions culture or society. Had I known all of this, I would have created a fate minor construct, Wang Wei shook his head. He wanted to do something, but did not dare act since Heavenly Dao's stare had intensified. So he took one last look at the world, his secret vault, and finally the Hell Court. These guys might be useless soon, Wang Wei thought. After analyzing the situation, he had decided to enter the quintessence realm as soon as possible and prolong his era, maybe even make it eternal. The question is what to do with the Hell Court by then. They are still useful in prolonging the existence of the era, so let's leave them be for now, Wang Wei thought before canceling his projection. As he opened his eyes in the seclusion room, he activated his status as a minor Earth Emperor to enter the afterlife. Wang Wei once again found himself above the Forgetfulness River and the Soul Bridge. As he was about to say something, he sensed an invitation, followed by a portal opening before him. The world changed and Wang Wei found himself in a small cottage in a small village. A gentle woman with an aura of serenity was calmly treating a villager with a minor burn by applying an ointment. "Thank you, Dr. Mao. You should be more careful in the shop," she said. "I'm usually careful, but the mayor has made a rush order of more than 1,000 weapons," the patient said. "Rest and your arm should be fine in a few days." "How much do I owe you?" "Focus on your healing first. Then we'll talk about paying," Mao Yu said before sending him out. She then turned around to look at Wang Wei. "I think this is the first time we are meeting officially. How are you doing, Grandma?" Wang Wei smiled. She looked slightly different from the image talisman his grandfather showed him. She was still beautiful but looked middle-aged. She was not wearing all black, but a simple white robe with no decorations or display of her status. Her serene and peaceful aura now contained a hidden power, the power to rule over death. "Come, let's have some tea," Mao Yu offered as they moved to a small room next door with a simple brown tea set. "Your grandfather said your favorite tea is Longjue, so I've been growing it." "Thank you," Wang Wei said as he took the teacup with both hands before slowly sipping it. A tea's taste was not just based on the leaves, but on who prepares it, and with one sip, Wang Wei could feel and experience his grandmother's state of mind. He became as cold and serene as death, looking at everything from a detached perspective. This is the perfect state to cultivate samsara Dao, he thought. "It seems you haven't lost your roots," Wang Wei commented. "Yes, my position can be hectic at times, so I created this place to escape it all," Mao Yu nodded. "It's good to have a quiet place," Wang Wei nodded. "How is Grandpa doing?" "He's doing great. He just passed his Paragon tribulation." "So fast. To you maybe." "That's true," Wang Wei uttered. "Boundless? I would accept nothing less from him," she smiled. "I imagined he got drunk and loud afterward." "He threw himself a party," Mao Yu said. "He wanted to drink with you and Wang Tian, even boldly proclaiming he would beat you up. I had to remind him that he was still not your match." "That's like him," Wang Wei grinned. "When can I see him?" "My original plan was to let him leave after he became a paragon, but with the state of the world, I think it's best if he waits until he's at the peak, or better, becomes a primal." "That's understandable, but can I see him even if he doesn't leave?" "I would love to do that," Mao Yu sighed. "However, the place he is at is sensitive, and you have a not-so-good reputation among my peers, so I don't think I can get permission." "I haven't done anything," Wang Wei complained. "You draw trouble, and that's enough for many of the Yama Kings to want you to stay as far away as possible from us," Mao Yu shrugged, making Wang Wei's lips twitch. "All right," Wang Wei sighed. "Have you heard news about my parents?" Mao Yu calmly said. "Nothing so far." She has a wide network and asked for news, but nothing so far. The good news is they are definitely alive. As long as someone dies, she can know the news. "That's good to hear," Wang Wei said. There were methods or times when a soul lamp was wrong. However, with his grandmother's words, he can be completely assured that they were alive somewhere. "I came here for 2 reasons, well 3 reasons, Wang Wei said. "The first was to see you, and the second was to ask about Li Jun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1523 Netherworld Emperor. "What's his situation?" Wang Wei asked. "He has done an excellent job," Mao Yu praised. "He worked with the mortal world to preserve the balance between the world of the living and the dead. He improved our system by creating a redemption program." "Oh, the karma system used to judge a person's reincarnation is fair, but too strict. People who have neutral karma have a higher chance of reincarnating as animals, which is somewhat unfair. There are also people with negative karma, but they have a change of mind at some point in their life, and they died before they could make up for it." Mao Yu sipped her tea. "Li Jun proposed that we redeem these people instead of judging them harshly. They can sign a contract and work for us until they meet the karma requirement for a better reincarnation. We ran a mock trial in the lower dimension with Li Jun as the leader, and once he perfected the system, his idea was incorporated into the larger system." "That sounds like the concept of purgatory," Wang Wei thought. However, he never mentioned such a thing to Li Jun, meaning he thought of it on his own. Is that why he was rewarded? Wang Wei asked. He was first offered the position of a Yama King seed. However, he was not a fan of all the rules and restrictions. So he was rewarded access to our training grounds. It's a shame. He would have made an excellent Yama King, Mao Yu praised. He might have calmed down because of his position, but battle and war runs through his blood, Wang Wei said, not surprised that Li Jun rejected the offer. True, Mao Yu nodded. When Li Jun was not doing his job, he spent most of his time fighting in the battle tower in the dream world. His calm temperament might fit the position of Yama King, but his nature was that of a warrior. It's a shame I can't see him, Wang Wei muttered. Li Jun was the only person he could count on not to care about his status or difference in cultivation. Wang Wei had been chasing the warm atmosphere before his ascension, and Li Jun was probably the only one who could give it to him. I'm glad he's thriving, Wang Wei smiled. He finished his tea, and his grandmother filled his cup. On to the main topic. I came here for this. Wang Wei summoned a cube on his palm, which was the modified nether hell he stole from Mingzheng and the Earth Emperor. This is, Mao Yu muttered as she looked at the world inside the cube. She waved his hand to block this world from all sight. With his move, Wang Wei finally confirmed that she was indeed a primal, and probably one of the best. Paradise, Wang Wei said. Life is an eternal cycle of reincarnation. Most mortals will only experience a few reincarnations before their souls are recycled into the purest soul energy to create a brand new soul. Mortals with enough positive karma will have blessed lives, not having to worry about food, wealth, health, or love prosperity. If virtuous enough, they can reincarnate as devas and reach the peak of the cultivation world with their unparalleled talent. However, those outcomes do not have to be the only path. While devas are the highest reward for a virtuous life, considering how chaotic the cultivation world is, it's not as good a reward. Many mortals probably do not care for eternal life and powers, especially if they had to acquire them through years of struggle and bloodshed. I created this place as another possible reward for a karma-positive life, a utopia where mortals, and maybe even cultivators' souls, can rest in eternal bliss. Wang Wei's paradise was created to keep a soul in a worry-free state. It also ensures the souls are immortals, allowing the people who enter paradise to achieve an alternate form of immortality. He also considered the possibility that these souls might eventually become bored, so he granted them the power of the Grand Mist, allowing them to play God as they wish. Of course, he also understood the paradise might be drastically changed once he hands it over. Mao Yu looked at the cube, and her aura suddenly fluctuated. She exhaled deeply before closing her eyes and entering deep meditation. Wang Wei frowned but waited. The session lasted more than an hour. Mao Yu sighed with a wry smile. I thought my state of mind had reached perfection, but even I couldn't resist the temptation. I guess I'm no different from Myriad. Grandma, do you know what your invention means to people like me? Wang Wei did not hide his confusion, and Mao Yu took a moment to gather her thoughts. A while ago, we received major news. During the upcoming Transcendent Age, the Chaos Universe will be divided into 5 quadrants. The Eternal Ascension World, with destiny at the center of the universe, will be the primary world of the Central Quadrant. With this division, a new karmic position called Netherworld Emperor will be created to oversee the 6th path samsara of an entire quadrant. Wang Wei squinted. Could this position allow you to condense your soul quintessence? You know about that name? Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised, Mao Yu uttered. The competition is fierce among the Yama Kings, especially for the Central Quadrant. It also doesn't help that only 5 positions are available. It's almost guaranteed that one position will go to one of the kings serving in the Eternal Ascension world. While I've done a great job, a few people have seniority over me and greater credentials. However, I'm guaranteed that position if I can present this paradise and further perfect our system. Mao Yu felt fate was at work. Her connection to Myriad allowed her to be considered for this position. After all, the Central Netherworld Emperor will have to pay close attention to the Eternal Ascension world, even if their jurisdiction is the entire quadrant. A good relationship with a powerhouse on Mithraya's level would make the job of the Netherworld Emperor easier. Despite this connection, Mao Yu's consideration was not that crucial. Then Li Jun's work raised her to the top 10 contenders for the position. Now with Wang Wei's contribution, she knew the position was guaranteed. Grandma, I don't want to burst your bubbles, but my relationship with the cardinals is not ideal. You might lose this opportunity because of me, Wang Wei said slowly. Well, maybe that's not entirely true. They might give you the position to keep you under their control, and use you against me. Mao Yu looked at him. You're only a paragon. Why do you have any kind of relationship with anyone from the tribunal? It's complicated, but you only need to know it started with the Fate Cardinal. And I think all the others are now involved, Wang Wei explained. Mao Yu groaned softly. She would not believe it if anyone else said it. But she knew the reputation of her grandson as a trouble magnet. You don't have to worry about that, Mao Yu reassured. Grandma, this is serious. Let me ask you something. Mao Yu continued calmly. If time were linear, the tribunal has existed since the end of the Lost Age. For countless years, the 6 cardinals have managed the grand constructs and the chaos universe without an issue. So why did they suddenly need assistance? Decentralization of power, Wang Wei replied. Someone thinks they haven't been doing a good enough job or have too much power, so it's stripping some of it from them. Exactly. The process has grandeur complications, and while your grudge will be a factor, it will not be as big as you think, Mao Yu said. Wang Wei understood that his grandmother did not understand the conflict of his future self and these cardinals, but her words did have some truths. Grand Dao's decision to affect the chaos universe on such a grand scale to prepare for the Transcendent Age was not made lightly. Grand Dao has to consider things that neither Wang Wei nor the cardinals can fathom until they reach that level. The confrontation between them is probably one of the considerations, but its importance and how it will affect the selection of the Netherworld Emperor position is not something they can readily stipulate on. While I don't have enough information or strength to think about the ramifications of Grand Dao's decisions, what about my other selves? Wang Wei thought. According to his deduction, he has met 2 versions of himself. The one who stopped Old Man Tianji and even scared the cardinals should be a future version of himself in the second step of the quintessence realm, meaning he has condensed the soul and flesh quintessence. Then there is the version fighting with Grand Dao and probably responsible for the all-heaven fate calamity. This one should be in the third step, having already condensed his Dao quintessence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1524, The Transcendent Ages Framework, and unedited chapter. Mao Yu looked embarrassed. Is something wrong? Wang Wei asked. Well, if I want to ensure the position is mine, I must take the credit for the suggestion instead of benefiting from it because you are my grandson, she said with some hesitation. That's not a problem, Wang Wei said as he directly handed the cube to her. I feel bad for taking your things, Mao Yu said apologetically. It's fine. We're family, aren't we? Wang Wei smiled. Even so, I can't take advantage of your hard work, Mao Yu replied. You probably wanted to submit this to get merit? However, I used most of mine for myself and your grandfather. You don't have to worry about it, Wang Wei reassured. Mao Yu waved his hand to open access to her space ring. My position has granted me access to a few things that are only traded internally. You can choose whatever you please. I know this is not enough, but it will have to do for now. Once I take office, I'll prepare a better reward for you. Well, all right. Wang Wei agreed before using his divine sense to scan the dimension. Most of the things available were Samsar-based, which is understandable. More importantly, he saw many things that were indeed rare or that he hadn't heard of before. The first thing Wang Wei chose was something called the Samsara Training Talisman. According to his grandmother, this is one of the methods used to train Yama Kings. By activating the talisman, Wang Wei will face a version of himself with mastered skills, and by fighting it, he can learn the skill. Wang Wei's talisman was used to train ultimate Dao will skills for primals. His eyes shone after choosing the talisman. His path toward the primal level had shortened. The second item he chose was a rare material called Karma Jinx Stone. The material had many purposes, but Wang Wei wanted it for its ability to boost karma abilities, and its great protection from karma technique detection or other forms of divination. He had a plan for the catastrophe, and this metal would be incredibly beneficial for him. Last, Wang Wei's eyes glued to a black diamond inside the space. He sensed the essence of samsara from it. What's that? Samsara Genesis Stone, Mao Yu replied. It's what we use to understand all Daos associated with samsara without being Dao lords. She then frowned. Your cultivation has already reached the peak. Why do you need that? There is a hidden aura in that stone that reminded me of something, Wang Wei revealed. As soon as he saw that thing, he remembered Wu Hong's incomplete Dao quintessence seals. He had a feeling the hidden aura of this thing might increase his chance at condensing his incomplete Dao quintessence. Do you have a more potent one? Or more than one? He asked. There is a greater stone used to train ultimate skills, but I don't have one. Wait, I think I can borrow one, Mao Yu said before she closed her eyes. A few minutes later, she raised her hand with a slightly darker stone. Wang Wei's eyes immediately lit up as the hidden aura he sensed was much more concentrated. I'll take it, Wang Wei immediately said. As you wish. Mao Yu nodded as she handed the stones over. As I said, I will prepare a better reward for you once I have the position. In that case, I'll wish you success, Wang Wei nodded. The two chatted for the next few hours before Wang Wei left the underworld, returning to his seclusion. He immediately wrote 2 talismans, one for his sect and the other for his fiancée, telling them of the news he had just learned. He also asked the sect to check on Dong Lifen's situation. Lastly, he sent the Samsara Genesis Stone to Wu Hong, so she could confirm whether he had sensed correctly. Although he trusted his senses, she was the one with the actual incomplete Dao quintessence, and could probably detect more than he. Now that he was alone, Wang Wei took this opportunity to analyze the information from his grandmother. There is no way the Netherworld Emperor position is the only one being created. The division of the chaos universe into quadrants will mean a more controllable system. It's very likely that each quadrant will now have a new position based on the cardinals. The Heaven Cardinal Envoy will be responsible for all the chaos worlds in their quadrant, and maintaining the heaven laws of these worlds. The Primordial Cardinal Envoy will manage the primordial chaos in their respective quadrant, and probably the same for the Fate, Time, and Qi Cardinal Envoy. Wang Wei frowned. He was not entirely sure about Fate, Time, and Qi. These constructs may be better left alone, as fracturing their current structure might weaken their overall power instead of boosting it. It's especially so for Fate and Time. Well, even if those structures are not divided, there will definitely be envoys, Wang Wei analyzed. The purpose of these envoy positions was not just to optimize the grand framework, which is the name for the system of all the grand constructs. Their purpose is for better control. The Transcendent Age will be full of quintessence powerhouses, and Grand Dao needs law enforcers to keep these people in check, Wang Wei thought. And the existence of these people might not just be to weaken the Cardinals' power, but also free their hands so they can more readily intervene in the affairs of the chaos universe. Wang Wei could already predict how chaotic the future will be. The more powerful a cultivator, the more unruly they become. However, Grand Dao is all about order, about controlling the chaos. It has seen what happens when these people are left alone to pursue the path of true transcendent, and it will not allow them free rein. This is not good news for me or any other cultivator, Wang Wei thought. The more perfect Wang Wei's system is, the more challenging it will be to achieve transcendence because Grand Dao wants people to do so within the constraints of its rules. The transcendent path is already challenging. Now imagine attempting it with all these rules and limitations? Wang Wei groaned. There was nothing his current self could do to stop the upcoming oppressive system, but he could analyze the possible shapes it would take and prepare beforehand. If I were Grand Dao, how would I establish this system? Using absolute force is the worst approach, as it would most likely result in a backlash of more people revolting against it. So, I would need a more subtle way, like slowly integrating them into the system. Wang Wei squinted. The Samsara Cardinal Envoy's position might be chosen from internal staff, but that doesn't need to be the case for others. Grand Tao can offer the position to people who are ambitious and willing to do its dirty job. No one can guarantee they will enter the quintessence realm, meaning such an offer is tempting to 99% of cultivators. Now, not everyone is willing to sell their souls and freedom to Grand Tao. So, I would create a second tier of the system with more freedom to lure more people to incorporate, for example, the Earth and Heaven Emperor position. While the Netherworld Emperor and Heaven Cardinal Envoy are in charge of a quadrant, they might have subordinates in the form of Earth and Heaven Emperors that control individual source chaos worlds, further decentralizing power. No, I was wrong. The second-tier system is not to lure people with the allure of more freedom, it's the opposite. The Earth and Heaven positions can be a similar situation to Supreme Unity, where they have to fuse themselves with Heavenly Tao or Samsara to gain the strength of the soul quintessence. Such an approach would limit their strength and bind them to one place, making them more manageable. And Grand Tao's target for these positions is people without the talent or drive to walk the transcendent path. These people would be willing to sacrifice their souls and freedom, and become Grand Tao's watchdogs for a chance at power. Wang Wei was not happy with his deduction. If he's right, Grand Tao will have 3,800 Earth Emperors and 3,800 Heaven Emperors, all in the soul quintessence realm, at its disposal to establish order in the Transcendent Age. And that's not mentioning the 30 envoys above them who are more powerful and have greater authority. What about human emperors? What role do they play? Wang Wei asked himself. They are the transcendent path of sages, of merit. They represent one of the correct or acceptable methods of transcendence that Grand Tao allows or encourages. If someone contributes enough to a source chaos world to gain the title of human emperor, and has a third-rank golden body of merit, they will meet the qualification for the sage emperor position, which should be equal to the soul quintessence realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1525 The 12th Revolution. The title of True Human Emperor has already been used. What Wang Wei meant in the previous chapter is the position of Sage Emperor. The Sage Emperor position is all about doing good deeds and improving the world for the better. Then what about Yingzheng's path? Wang Wei thought. The human, earth, and heaven karmic position is divided into 4 tiers. Lesser for one heavenward world, minor for the entire lower dimension, greater for a normal chaos world, and true for source chaos worlds. The Sage Emperor position is the transcendent tier level of the human emperor path, meaning there should be another position for the earth and heavenly emperor spot as well. Yingzheng's path is about getting the true tier of these positions, understanding their essence, and using them for himself. The path of human can help him condense a soul quintessence, and the path of earth can condense his flesh quintessence, as he uses the power of death to transcend his flesh from the mundane. Lastly, the path of heaven can help him condense his Tao quintessence as he gains access to all the laws of heaven and earth. Yingzheng's path is an alternative path outside of Grand Tao's rules, which will make things interesting in how the latter will try to restrict Yingzheng. Wang Wei wanted to rejoice about Yingzheng's future struggle, but he couldn't. He realized the latter had once again become more dangerous. Wang Wei's previous deduction was that Yingzheng needed all 3 positions just to condense his soul quintessence. But now he realized the latter's path was a complete one that reached all the way to the 3rd step. As soon as he learns the name of the quintessence realm, he'll know how precious his path is and figure it out. Wang Wei frowned. He still believed his wife would be the first transcendent of the eternal ascension world, but he did not like how close Yingzheng kept coming. I really need to put him in his place, he thought. Wang Wei could upgrade his title to the tier of True Human Emperor after saving the eternal ascension world from the 7 moons and Supreme Unity's grasp. He hasn't done so because Heavenly Tao is being petty. According to the rules, he did not need to manually do it as the title would be handed to him after his achievements. However, now he needed a tedious ceremony for the upgrade. I already have a 3rd-rank golden body of merit, and with the human emperor position, maybe I can use Yingzheng's path of human to increase my odds of entering the soul quintessence realm. Wang Wei analyzed. He had the soul quintessence technique, but he could also increase his odds with another path. Better yet, It may increase my strength in that realm if I used more than one path of condensing my soul quintessence. Regardless of the future potential, or just to mess with Ying Zheng, Wang Wei had no argument not to try this approach. So he put that as one of his tasks for the future. Wang Wei had finished with his deduction, meaning it was time for his cultivation. However, he did not immediately start but used rare resources to condense a clone. According to the laws of heaven and earth, most cloning techniques decrease the productivity of cultivating. Grand Dao created those rules to probably prevent people from abusing the method for their cultivation. However, as usual, the rule is not absolute. Some powerful and unique clones can be used, but they always have some restrictions. Mostly only the person who creates them can use them without limits, or the resources required are astronomical. Wang Wei usually did not need to use such a thing, but he had a feeling that time was in a hurry, so he used it. Wang Wei tasked the clone to refine an artifact for him using the Karma Jinx Oregon. He had a plan on how to act from the shadows during the catastrophe, and this or will become crucial in the plan. So once that was dealt with, he focused on cultivating. He had plenty of Tier 12 Fiend God bloodline to study, whether from Wu Hong or his sect. While Li Ming was obsessed with battle, Wang Chang's passion was body refining, which meant he had plenty of materials from Fiend Gods, which were considered the epitome of body refiners. Of course, Wang Wei found this statement to be one of Grand Dao's greatest propaganda, considering the second true transcendent of this universe was a human body refiner. Without hesitation, Wang Wei started to comprehend the secrets of the Tier 12 Fiend God bloodline. The first secret he discovered was the bloodline's ability to remove flaws. It's rare for a Fiend God's flesh to have any flaws from the gate of flesh tribulation, as their bloodline will slowly remove these flaws. This ability made sense since humans and other races can also slowly cultivate to remove these flaws. However, Fiend Gods had mastered this ability since their bloodline meant they could only grow slowly, and the process would be completed automatically. Their bloodline is so potent at removing flaws because of its ability to perfect itself using the primordial chaos will, Wang Wei concluded. This revelation should have been a problem for him because the Wang clan's human Fiend God bloodline was flawed. When Wang Wei modified it, he replaced primordial chaos with nothingness, but not everyone could face such an entity without dying. He planned to add the ability to condense the physical manifestation of whatever characteristic the clan members used. For example, if someone uses Immortal Flame as their characteristic, they could summon the manifestation of all immortal flames as the source of their bloodline, and condense something like Immortal Flame will to replace the primordial will. Wang Wei did not have the ability yet and planned to wait until later. However, it seemed someone had finished what he started. It should be the work of Wang Chong and Qiyuan, he thought. As he observed the clan's bloodline source, he detected the Tao of origin on top of his power of nothingness. The Wang clan members can access the origin of whatever characteristics they use and summon the physical manifestation. For example, someone with an Immortal Flame characteristic would summon the origin of Immortal Flame to replace primordial chaos. Wang Wei even saw someone had perfected his method of condensing other wills to replace Fiend God's primordial will. That makes my job easier, Wang Wei thought before starting the modification. He knew enough about perfection to add it to their bloodline core, to give the clan the same ability as Fiend Gods to remove their flaws. The following step was to improve on previously existing abilities, like the passive increase of strength that allowed people born with a Tier 12 bloodline to reach the Paragon realm. Of course, Wang Wei went further, and wanted a Tier 12 bloodline that reached the Elder Fiend God 10 heaven. However, even Fiend God's bloodline does not guarantee reaching such a realm. After becoming Elder Fiend Gods, the members of the race are also limited by their bloodline, and must actively cultivate to reach higher levels. So this is the limit of the bloodline? Wang Wei muttered. Tier 12 is the dividing line. People with better concentration of blood can reach the peak, but others with weaker talents probably won't survive opening the gate of flesh. Bai Longsheng was right. I should be using Chaos Demon Gods as the source, Wang Wei thought. His plan was always to use the best, and since Fiend Gods were the most readily available, he had to use them. He did not dwell on this for too long, and focused on the task at hand. How can I break this bloodline limit or reduce its effect? Wang Wei thought. He wanted his clan to reach the peak, or at the very least, increase the probability. After pondering briefly, Wang Wei had an answer. What was the major difference between humans and fiend gods? We are born weak, Wang Wei answered. The human race had to rise to the occasion to be able to compete with those top races, meaning they never had to rely only on their bloodline. In that case, they'll reduce the passive growth ability of the bloodline in exchange for more potential, Wang Wei thought. The Wang clan might take twice as long to grow from fiend gods, but their ceiling will be much higher. Additionally, it's only passive growth, not taking into account active cultivation and struggle. A double growth time seems too small, Wang Wei thought. He contemplated for a while, calculating that a 10 times difference was the optimal number. The human fiend god bloodline will reach its optimized state in terms of potential, while the slow growth will not be so outrageous that it's detrimental. Of course, the Wang clan won't accept such slow growth, meaning its members would have to work 10 times harder than fiend gods from now in the future for the same growth rate. Let's use 5 times, Wang Wei ultimately decided. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1526 The 12th Revolution 2. The next secret Wang Wei discovered was interesting. When he was young and ignorant, he assumed that fiend gods needed their primordial loss and the boost from the primordial will to help them fight against paragons. However, as he grew more knowledgeable, he understood that fiend gods can rely on their flesh to fight equally with paragons. So, what was the purpose of the primordial law and primordial will boost? It was to give them the advantage. Primordial chaos was their home, meaning fighting a fiend god meant always losing the home advantage, unless the battle took place inside any chaos worlds. While studying the bloodline, Wang Wei discovered a unique talent granted to a few extremely talented elder fiend gods, known as the primordial egg. In simple terms, this ability allows certain fiend gods to condense a source of primordial chaos inside their heart. More importantly, the primordial egg or the primordial chaos source can carry the primordial will. Fiend gods with this ability can use the blessing and boosting of the primordial will at anything or anywhere. In other words, they are not limited when battling inside a chaos world. On the contrary, they retain their advantage even in foreign environments. While this is an interesting ability, I don't really need it, Wang Wei thought. His source of power is nothingness, and this power is not affected by any environment. Nothingness is ubiquitous, meaning Wang Wei can access its power or boost in any place he travels to. There is no absolute in the world, so maybe I should prepare a similar flesh ability just in case. Plus, while I don't need this boost, other clan members do not have my advantage, Wang Wei analyzed. Once again, the crux of the update is the fact that not everyone can utilize his power of nothingness. So he needed to make the bloodline upgrade applicable to as many people as possible. Wang Wei decided to add this upgrade. The sun and moon rose and fell, but time was meaningless to him when he was in a state of deep meditation. He regained his consciousness when the process ended. Someone else has modified my previous work, Wang Wei thought as he noticed new changes to the bloodline source. He checked and he smiled in schadenfreude. Someone had increased the growth speed of the bloodline by 10 times instead of the 5 times he chose. I bet Yan Hai was the one who suggested using such a cruel approach, Wang Wei thought. He could imagine that from now on, the training intensity for all the clan members would be 10 times harsher. The disaster was approaching, meaning the sect would be more lenient in its use of resources, while also being harsher in its training. Now that the entire sect had access to such a potent bloodline, it made sense to squeeze these people's talents and ensure they grow as fast as possible to meet whatever disaster is ahead. Well, good luck to everyone, Wang Wei thought before continuing his training. The next secret he discovered from the bloodline greatly excited him. Fiend gods could not escape the importance of the River of Time. Primordial chaos is their mother, so they need to use the River of Time to navigate, but they cannot escape the battle of chronospirits and time marks. The primordial will instinctively protect a fiend god's time mark, making it more challenging for others to discover it. And this protection is passive, not counting the individual fiend god's skill or talent. Additionally, Wang Wei discovered in some peak bloodline an ability similar to his Sage's protection. The ability is called Chaos Embrace, and it grants some genius fiend gods protection from time erasure for as long as 30 seconds. This number paled in comparison to the 30 minutes of Sage's protection, but it required no merit to recharge. Only time was needed to recondense after use. I'm definitely copying that, Wang Wei thought as he started. The sect had no more third-rank longevity resources, as they had all been used for the ultimate taboo. So Wang Wei would not miss any opportunity to gain life-saving abilities. His knowledge from the Sage protection made the process easier, so after an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei had recreated the Fiend God's passive ability to strengthen their chrono spirit and protect their time mark using his nothingness will. The upgrade was almost finished. The last thing Wang Wei had to do was improve certain abilities from the 11th revolution to a higher level. However, he discovered a part of the Fiend God bloodline that was a mystery to him. Even if he observes the blueprint, he could not understand the purpose of that part of the bloodline. Wang Wei did not dare simply copy it for his bloodline, so he decided to keep an eye on it and maybe experiment with it later, if he had the time. Now that his bloodline has been sublimated, it was time for him to cultivate. He immediately took out the origin essence he had purchased from the exchange list using the merit he stole while fate fishing. He absorbed them, and while they were doing his work, he summoned the nothingness will to temper his willpower. As he faced the vast, all-encompassing conceptual existence that represents a state of non-existence, non-being of nihility, he resisted with all the strength his feeble mind could summon. Time passed, and Wang Wei's flesh reached the 7th heaven of the Elder Fiend God realm. His willpower only needed a short period to reach 99%. Not enough, Wang Wei thought as he activated his pain talent on himself. He employed a dual approach to ensure he could cultivate his willpower to its peak as soon as possible. Green veins appeared on Wang Wei's neck, along with his face turning shades of purple. He gritted his teeth as he summoned a plate of pork. Normally, he would have immediately enjoyed the scent, but the olfactory presentation of the food was the farthest thing from his mind. Wang Wei could not even remember what kind of special pig was used for this food despite Wu Hong explaining to him in detail. Wang Wei tried to take small bites with a chopstick, but his hand trembled too much. He had no choice but to open his mouth and swallow the meal with motion. His essence flower ability activated and transformed the immense flavor into a nourishing power that travels to every part of his body. The nourishing sensation provided temporary relief from the pain, but it was not nearly intense enough to overcome it. On the contrary, the constant rotation of pain and relief made the situation worse. Luckily, the drastic and sudden increase in strength made the process more bearable. Wang Wei's flesh reached the 8th heaven, and his willpower reached the peak of 99%. As Wang Wei was about to continue his cultivation, he had to stop himself briefly as the power of nothingness had intensified. He was on the verge of reaching the peak of emptiness, which is the peak of the 3rd stage that he divided nothingness into. I need to be more careful, Wang Wei thought as he momentarily stopped cultivating and focused on raising his willpower and absorbing more power into his nothingness wheel. Time was meaningless to him, so he did not pay attention. He did not know how much time had passed, but his willpower was finally tempered to the pinnacle, and his emptiness stage reached the peak. This feeling, Wang Wei muttered. He now had this strange affinity with the power of nothingness. Just like fiend gods were the darlings of primordial chaos, he was now the son of nothingness. It's probably better to be the son of nothingness than the son of fate, he commented. His new affinity would bring him many advantages, whether in battle or for his future cultivation. Wang Wei muttered as he noticed something else. My fate seed status has further decreased, Wang Wei analyzed. It seems his increased affinity to nothingness has removed some of the shackles of fate from him. Excellent, Wang Wei shouted out loud. He saw another way to ensure his freedom. When he condenses his flesh quintessence and enters the realm of true nothingness, he should remove all the remaining effects of the seed or most of it. Wang Wei took advantage of his excellent mood to continue his cultivation. He activated the Causal Feedback Sutra, summoning a projection of the River of Fate. A gray bridge constructed from the river, leading directly to Wang Wei. Scenes of everything that he experienced since ascending flashed in the river, releasing an unknown power through the bridge during the process. Wang Wei absorbed the power into his flesh. The power is not as versatile and potent as the one from the trial, but it's also excellent. Maybe I can combine the two, he commented. With this causality power, Wang Wei's cultivation soon reached the 9th heaven, and he had plenty of energy left. What to do with you? Wang Wei had predicted the harsh requirement for energy/power to cultivate in the quintessence realm. Grand Tao has learned from its mistake after what happened with the founder of the primeval body mansion, so it does not think the latter will allow cultivators to absorb energy from the Grand Tao source to facilitate their transformation to a higher self. I have Malikia soul energy reserve, meaning I won't have an issue for my soul quintessence, but I should prepare for the future, Wang Wei thought. Like always, he was ahead of his peers. Mithreya had to use the energy from the souls of countless her variants, and she probably stole from the River of Time. Supreme Unity was lucky and had access to Heavenly Tao's world source, but he also had to wrestle control over it. However, Wang Wei already had plenty of energy saved up for his ascension, and they might be enough for more than one person. The causality power from this technique was an additional source of power for his future cultivation. The interesting thing about this resource is that it's renewable and karma-free, Wang Wei thought. The causality power was derived from him changing the world, mostly in a positive direction. In exchange for this power, there is a high chance that Grand Tao will strictly manage high resources, and karmaless sources of power like this will become extremely valuable, he thought. Wang Wei decided to conserve the energy reserve for future use, and update his technique after condensing his soul quintessence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1527 Myriad Devourer's Experience. Wang Wei labeled the Causality Feedback Sutra as the highest importance in his mind before moving on with his cultivation. His flesh had reached the 9th heaven, so he only needed to swallow a pill to instantly reach the peak. The advantage of a great background took place as Wang Wei swallowed the profound essence pill, raising the cultivation of his flesh to the peak. Wang Wei slowly stood up from the lotus position. He clenched his fist, feeling the power coursing through his veins. Wang Wei smiled as the imbalance from his lack of flesh cultivation was finally solved. He activated the formations to test the full extent of his strength without destroying everything around. After a few hours of adaptation, Wang Wei activated his dream battle technique, condensing an image of a fiend god. He spent days fighting with his opponent, slowly adapting to the strength of his flesh. Once he had adapted, he watched as the dream construct dissipated, but he did not care since he was deep in thought. Fiend gods are not as weak as I imagined, Wang Wei thought. He was living in the mindset that humans or paragons had won the three-way competition against fiend gods and primarchs. While this was true, he realized the defeat of fiend gods was not the same as primarchs' defeat. Primarchs have mostly become irrelevant. From the records he read from Wu Hong's library, he knew the situation of the pre-march path was the same in most chaos worlds. Meanwhile, while fiend gods are no longer the most powerful race or path, they are still not weak or irrelevant. On the contrary, it could be argued that they are still the rulers of primordial chaos. Fiend gods are the epitome of the flesh, paragons are the epitome of the chi path, so by that logic, shouldn't Primarch have walked the path of the soul? Wang Wei thought. He felt the Primarchs may have walked the wrong path, focusing on their bloodline instead of their souls. Grand Tao allowed this competition to see which path will become mainstream. However, it appeared Grand Tao had long known the result of this competition before it even started. Wang Wei thought of that because of two people, the primeval body mansion ancestor and the Ji clan ancestor. The mansion ancestor took most of the luck of destiny from the essence path, meaning the fiend gods had little chance at prospering in the competition, especially when there were so many limits to body refiners. And the Ji clan ancestor did the same for the spirit/soul path, but even worse, his actions seem to have fundamentally hurt the soul path for the entire chaos universe. It has long been fated that the future of the chaos universe belonged to the Chi or Paragon path. However, Grand Tao still allowed everyone to compete to see if things would deviate from its natural course. Sadly, it did not. Well, maybe it did, since the Primarchs did not even walk their destined path of the soul. If my theory is correct, the Grand Assembly should be more interesting than I thought. Wang Wei smirked. He no longer focused on these thoughts and continued his training. He condensed a dream construct of his fiancée to fight. They fought for hundreds of years, only using their flesh, until Wang Wei was satisfied. He did not become arrogant because he defeated that dream construct, since it was created based on her strength before the perfect foundation. Not to mention the 13 Transcendent Foundation. Wang Wei had now achieved his training objective for the retreat, but he did not leave. Instead, he sat cross-legged and entered his sea of consciousness. He reached an area that was heavily sealed. "It's time," he finally muttered. Wang Wei felt the pain of his flesh being disintegrated by the power of void, leaving him a white cloud state that he deduced might be his soul. Damn, I'm in big trouble this time. I need to find a way out of this situation, or I will definitely die. His intuition was screaming of danger everywhere, and it did not help that his small, cloud-like body was rapidly dissipating. He looked around him while suppressing the negative emotions. He noticed these blue spots that required intense focus to observe. He pondered what they were and why they were here. No time to think now. This may be my only chance. Wang Wei focused on moving forward and his soul followed his intent. He rushed to the closest blue spots, and it immediately fused with him. The feeling of weakness rapidly dissipated, followed by a sense of warmth and power. It worked, Wang Wei thought before flying toward the next one. He felt the same sensation and joy, so he continued his actions. However, as he headed toward the third blue spot, Wang Wei's intuition activated by overwhelming his mind with a sense of dread. He did not hesitate to turn around and choose another blue spot. He repeated the process a few times, and after swallowing 10 spots, Wang Wei felt his soul no longer needed any aid to stop dissipating. Such a revelation should have been enough for him, but he understood this may be an opportunity for him, so he continued chasing after the blue spots with the utmost focus. He did not know how many he swallowed, but there were many. By the time he finished, his soul had turned purple, and it was the size of a king-size bed. No more. Wang Wei thought to himself as he looked around. He had long discovered his senses were now extraordinary. He could see thousands of miles away with a thought. Well, I guess it's time to return home. However, his soul suddenly froze. He realized there was nothing around him, meaning he was far from home. No, I can't be lost here. I must return home. Return to civilization. Unfortunately for him, his panic was useless. He was now in primordial chaos, meaning he could not use forward and backward to navigate. All he saw was endless darkness with a tinge of purple. I need to calm down, Wang Wei talked to himself. It's unlikely I can find home by traveling without direction. So, I need a way to navigate this void. I should just choose a path and hope to find a place with life. They may have a navigation system, or better yet, extraordinary powers. Wang Wei had always believed in extraordinary powers due to his intuition, and spent some time and money searching for news. However, the result has always been a failure, until what happened to him. Now that he knew the soul existed and could even be controlled, there must be other extraordinary means that could help him return home. His only focus now should be to find any form of life or civilization. Wang Wei then closed his eyes and sensed any threat around. After finding the less dangerous direction, he flew toward that area. His plan was sound, logical, and the best course of action he could take in his situation. However, the execution soon proved how terrible his situation was. Previously, Wang Wei was so focused on surviving by swallowing these blue spots that he never felt the passage of time. But now that he was conscious, his nightmare began. He could tell how long it had passed, but it felt like an eternity. Left alone with only his thoughts, the boredom and loneliness immediately crept in. Wang Wei started doing mental math to pass the time, but once the numbers reached in the quintillion, he could no longer keep going. He knew he needed a solution as soon as possible, or the loneliness would drive him mad. So he chose to sleep. Every time he felt his mental capacities deteriorate, he would shut off all his senses and sleep for countless years before waking up to continue his journey. This method worked for a period, but not forever. Wang Wei realized his periodical sleep became longer each time. Soon, The fear that he might sleep for eternity overtook his mind, and he refused to use it again. So he bore the brunt of the boredom and loneliness until he could no longer. His state had deteriorated to the point that he could not even detect the danger warning of his intuition. So, Wang Wei was almost scared to death when a demon god appeared before him. The creature had a humanoid shape, but its face was carved from a green crystal. More importantly, the creature was a giant, and when it gazed at Wang Wei with its eyes, his soul felt an instinctive fear. For a few seconds, Wang Wei forgot his madness as fear replaced all his other emotions and thoughts. Am I going to die here? He thought. Every inch of his soul screamed this was the end for him. No, I can't accept such an end. He did the soul equivalent of biting his tongue to use the pain to awaken him from the fear suppression. Then Wang Wei turned around and ran away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1528 Myriad Devourer's Experience 2. The crystal-headed creature looked at this high-level soul with intrigue. As he reached his hand to catch it, he suddenly paused. Its body trembled before a look of shock and fear manifested on its rigid face. Then, it bowed in a direction before disappearing. Wang Wei paused the memory. His soul was running for its life, meaning it barely saw what had happened. But after pausing the memory, he saw everything. That fear and respect in its face, someone warned him. He unpaused the memory and continued experiencing everything. The little soul ran like a chicken with its head cut off. Nothing was following him, but he felt something was always on its tail. Wang Wei ran until he was exhausted, like he had run a marathon without pacing itself. The good news is that the emotion of fear had taken over all the others. When Wang Wei stopped to recuperate his soul energy, he realized no one was after him. However, this news was not as reassuring as he would have liked. This event led him to doubt his intuition. Wherever direction he chose, the fear of another terrifying entity finding and eliminating him was always in the back of his mind. His fear was soon replaced by paranoia. Wang Wei kept changing directions out of an unknown fear. However, such sudden changes made navigating primordial chaos pointless, as he was essentially running in circles. I can't keep doing this, Wang Wei thought. His mind had reached the breaking point. The endless darkness, the boredom, the loneliness, the fear, the paranoia, and the lack of rest were too much. He needed to do something, or he would go mad. What's the best way to tackle this situation? Wang Wei analyzed. Keep running away. No, this is the fear talking. I need a good strategy. Running away and surviving is the best strategy. Shut up, I'm trying to think. Why do you need to think? That creature could be here at any moment, and we have nothing to rely on. Keep running until we're lucky to find someone to help. Luck. Do you think luck will help us? You've read novels, so I'm sure we've had an idea of where we are. Do you think running is the solution? Do you have a better solution? I'm trying to think of one. Then try harder. I would if you would keep your thoughts to yourself. I'm just trying to help and keep you alive. Don't be ungrateful. Wait. Why am I talking to myself? No, I need a plan now. What about, shut up. Plan. What about meditation? It's supposed to be excellent for the mind, and it's also the way cultivators train. Wang Wei closed his soul eyes and isolated all his senses, focusing on his inner self. However, he immediately ran into another trouble. How to meditate. He had no knowledge of cultivation, so he focused on what he knew about regular meditation. Let's remember what the book said. It's not about emptying your mind of all thoughts, but confronting your thoughts and emotions. It's about analyzing, understanding, and controlling your thoughts. Don't judge them, but calmly and logically assess why they exist and confront them if needed. I'm currently deeply afraid, and even paranoid, but that's because I'm in a situation beyond my depth. I'm away from home, weak and without any help. What can I do to change that? The best way to remove my fears would be to become stronger, but that's not possible. No, it is possible. Since the soul exists, perhaps I can utilize abilities like soul attacks. If I have the means to defend myself, I don't have to worry about other creatures. Well, not worrying is too much. At least, I can fight for a chance of survival. Wang Wei was a man of action, so he immediately put the idea to action. He started with the basics. Since he could control his soul with thought, he tried ordering it to attack. His body released a purple shock that created slight vibrations around him. That's it, Wang Wei thought before trying a few more times. However, after his fifth attack, he felt weak and drained. Let's focus on reducing how draining this attack is. Wang Wei did not know how long it took him to develop his soul attack. The technique was simple. A direct soul blast to annihilate the soul instantly. It was so simple that even a supernatural realm cultivator, who had just opened their sea of consciousness, could use it. However, the beauty of this technique was also in its simplicity. Wang Wei dedicated countless Yuan epochs training that simple and direct soul attack. Through manual, slow, and steady trial and errors, he cultivated such a simple technique to the level of art, to the level of Tao. His achievements in this technique were similar to a swordsman who only uses basic attacks for their entire life, cultivating that simple skill to the pinnacle of the chaos universe. Wang Wei paused his memory. This soul technique has plenty of potential, he thought as he absorbed it. Let's see how far I took it. Wang Wei's soul utilized his immense focus and dedication to develop the basic soul attack technique. Once he felt he had reached the limit, he started his voyage again. But things were different from before. He was confident. Maybe too confident since he wanted to test his increased strength. As fate would have it, he soon encountered his first life. They were a group of pirates who lived in primordial chaos. Chaos pirates are common in primordial chaos. They hunt for rare ruins, kill any weak individuals who cause chaos, and even invade and plunder weak worlds. The group Wang Wei encountered were a humanoid lizard race. As soon as he noticed them, he was on high alert. These lizards were in a destroyed boat, floating without any direction. Furthermore, their eyes were listless, until they saw Wang Wei. These guys looked like they were waiting for their death, Wang Wei thought. He saw the pirates put on armor before flying toward him. I guess it's time to test out that technique. When the pirates were near, Wang Wei's body released a swift purple light, and one of the pirates stopped flying. It remained motionless in this empty space. Everyone stopped to look at this person who no longer showed any signs of life. The pirates then looked at each other. One of the fundamental rules of their occupancy was never to attack the strong. However, their rulers only gritted their teeth before continuing the assault. Wang Wei released 3 purple lights, killing 3 more pirates. However, they did not stop their assault. Let's try the group attack. I should leave one alive. His soul released a swift, intense light that made everybody pause. Then, all the pirates except one started floating in the void as if they had lost access to gravity. Wang Wei focused on the person leading the charge. This is my first time searching someone's soul, so be mindful that I won't do a good job. Before the leader could respond, Wang Wei had invaded his soul and searched his soul. The leader screamed in agony during the process. Unfortunately, his cultivation was weak, meaning he could not produce any sound in primordial chaos. As expected, I did a terrible job, Wang Wei thought as the pirate leader's soul was annihilated. Fortunately, he did acquire some information. He learned that the pirate had just failed a raid on a world, and their leader, who was known as a paragon, had died. The pirate fleet dispersed, and they were one of the few vessels that successfully escaped. Unfortunately, their ship was destroyed, and without a powerful leader guiding them, everyone had to wait for their death. Wang Wei rushed into the ship. Unfortunately, the navigation system was destroyed, rendering it useless. He couldn't even get any kind of world coordinate from the wreckage. He sighed to himself before continuing his endless journey. After the pirates, Wang Wei would occasionally meet many creatures. They were all aggressive, resulting in a battle. Each creature was more powerful than the previous one, allowing him to improve his technique rapidly through fighting. The process also slowly built his confidence, allowing him to overcome his previous fear and paranoia. Hongjun couldn't not be more obvious, Wang Wei thought as he paused the memory. But, I wonder what he was thinking? He tried to put himself in the latter's mind. Hongjun had a major plan, but saw an anomaly. Instead of eliminating it, he became intrigued and decided to allow things to take their course. Then, as he became more intrigued, he started minimal interference and guidance. Well, that's fine and all, but I'm the one suffering, Wang Wei complained. He shook his head. He knew he would have died if not for the latter's protection. His fate seed status did not guarantee his survival. Wang Wei continued to recall his memories, and soon the next major event appeared. His soul discovered what looked like an egg. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1529 Myriad Devourer's Experience 3. Wang Wei carefully approached the egg, and upon close examination, it was indeed an egg. A creature being nurtured in such an environment? It must be extremely powerful. Wang Wei took a look and prepared to leave. He was worried that this creature's parents might come back and eliminate him as a threat. Then, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. What if I took its body? He has been in soul form for so long. And the idea of flesh was enticing beyond words could describe. But it's probably not human. No, that doesn't matter since I can probably change my form. However, is there any danger in body possession? According to what he read, there is usually some danger from body possession from the residual will of the body. However, this egg looked like a creature that hasn't fully developed yet, so Wang Wei thought the process might be less dangerous. He looked at the egg, hesitating. Time is running out, and I need to be decisive. He strengthened his resolve before rushing into the egg. He immediately made a connection to something, which he theorized was the creature's body. However, the connection was not that deep, preventing him from knowing what he looked like. Along with the connection, Wang Wei felt a power nourishing his soul. He did not know what it was, but it was potent, and the feeling of growing stronger was quite pleasurable. Sadly, his happiness did not last long. An unknown intruder suddenly attacked him. Is that the original owner's soul? Wang Wei thought as he saw a blurry humanoid-shaped cloud attacking him. Wang Wei sneered before using his soul attack. He expected the attack to obliterate his opponent, but it did not. The humanoid creature's soul suddenly became blurry, and was about to disappear, but another power manifested and prevented its death. Then, that unknown power or entity attacked Wang Wei's soul. He immediately resisted by using as many soul attacks as possible, but it was pointless. The entity took a significant chunk of Wang Wei's soul with one attack. By the second attack, Wang Wei had only 25% of his body left. Is this how I'm going to die? No, I refused. I've come too far to accept such a fate, he thought before using all he had learned about the soul to condense a barrier. His attempt was valiant, but the entity took another 10% of his soul. Wang Wei stacked as many soul barriers as he could, but the fourth attack only left him with 5% of his soul left. Despair rushed into his mind, but he did not give up. He removed all negative emotions and focused on his defense. The next attack should have instantly annihilated him, but Wang Wei barely survived with only 1% of his soul. However, the endgame was near. The entity attacked one last time to annihilate him. Wang Wei remained undeterred. He did not allow despair to take over his mind, and focused all his mind on protecting what was left of his soul. At the last moment, an unknown power woke up deep from his soul. Willpower manifestation. Wang Wei muttered as he paused the memory. He understood where his willpower cultivation started. He looked at the egg and smiled wryly. It seems I have some destiny with the fiend god race. Fiend gods do not reproduce like humans. Instead, after being fertilized, the female fiend gods will lay an egg. Wang Wei believed they developed his ability to prevent weakening the female during the pregnancy period. What his soul encountered was a fiend god egg. However, from its location and lack of security, something must have happened to its parents. The entity that almost killed him was the protection of the primordial will. Wang Wei observed around himself from a three-dimensional point of view, trying to see if he could detect whether Hongjun was nearby. He knew it was futile, but he wanted to try. The result was as expected, so he continued with the memory. With the power of willpower, Wang Wei's soul barely survived the onslaught from the primordial will. However, he also knew it could not survive another attack, so it desperately tried to run away as it protected itself from its new power. The primordial will struck again, severely injuring what was left of Wang Wei's soul, but he managed to run out of the egg. Unfortunately for him, he discovered his soul was on the verge of dissipating. He used all the knowledge he had in this new power to prevent the last bit from dissipating as he ran away, trying to find a way to survive. As fate would have it, he soon discovered something. At first, Wang Wei thought it was another egg, but he soon realized that it was a world. It just looked like an enormous egg from his point of view. He hesitated briefly before entering. The process was so smooth that even the natural barrier of the world did not react to his intrusion. Wang Wei was immediately confused. He saw a dark world full of what he thought was lava. The sky was cloudy as a putrid miasma blocked the sky. He saw no sun, moon, or stars. In fact, he did not see any mountains, forests, or even water. Is this a world in its infancy of creation? If that's true, then I'm lucky. Wang Wei has read prehistoric novels and knew that the reason Hongjun was so powerful was because he was one of the first creatures born. He then used this opportunity to preach the Tao and become a heavenly Tao saint who controlled the entire world. If those novels are true, then my future will be set. However, before that, I need to find a place to rest and recuperate. He looked around, and there was nowhere appropriate. Just as he was about to give up, his intuition warned him of a place advantageous to him. So he rushed over. Wang Wei entered what he believed to be another dimension. The place was all white with an endless blue lake. Why does this blue lake look familiar? Forget it. Let's just rest here. He was tired and only wanted to rest, so he floated above the lake. His soul instinctively began to swallow the blue lake as his consciousness went dark. Wang Wei did not know how long he had slept, but he could say that he had had the best sleep of his life. That was wonderful, he muttered as he slowly woke up. He may have dreamed, but he was not sure. Regardless, this was the best nap he had had in his entire life. The blue lake is gone. More importantly, why do I feel better than before? He checked his body and realized he was not 5 times larger than before entering that egg. He spread his divine sense to check every inch of his surroundings and his body. Wait, what happened to this world? According to his calculations, the world should already have life by the time he woke up. Then he could start pretending he was the Tao ancestor to create a cultivation path and merit, slowly rising to the pinnacle so he could find his way home. However, all he saw was chaos and destruction. Did I do this? He asked himself, and the answer was obvious. The blue lake he absorbed was the energy core of this world, and by taking it to heal, he doomed the newborn world to destruction. Sorry about that, he said apologetically. However, he was not truly sorry. His death was imminent, and his survival was more important than the development of this world. The original plan is gone, so we need another. I guess it's time to continue the journey. Wang Wei sighed to himself, preparing to leave. He entered primordial chaos and watched this dying universe for the last time. He sighed deeply before leaving. However, Wang Wei never noticed a red spot surrounding his body. On his journey, he continued training his soul attack. Now that his soul was more potent, he had much room for improvement. Additionally, he wanted to learn about the new power he unlocked and whether he could fuse it with his soul. Time was meaningless, a fact which allowed Wang Wei to take his time to improve himself. Everything proceeded smoothly until he encountered a battle. A woman and a man fought against an enormous black tiger. By the look of it, they were losing and on the verge of being killed. A mother protecting her son? Wang Wei muttered. He did not know these people, but that's what he felt seeing the two of them. Mother? Despite her flaws, I missed mine. But why can't I remember her voice? Her face? No, not just her. My life on Earth. I can barely remember it. Wang Wei focused his mind and realized all his memories from Earth were a blur. Besides his name and a few other things, he barely remembered anything else. Memories are what make me who I am. I can't forget them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1530 Myriad Devourer's Experience 4. Wang Wei previously wanted to help the mother and son pair, but now, he had more important things to do. He immediately ran in the opposite direction, startling the tiger demon who was on the hunt. Wang Wei did not notice others' reaction nor did he care. His entire focus was on his memories. He realized most of his memories were now of the endless darkness of this void. So he tried to divide his memories into two: the central core and the miscellaneous memories. The central memories were the ones from Earth that formed his main personality, while the rest were his experiences as this eternal soul state. The process required all his focus, which forced him into a deep meditative state, limiting his ability to process information from the outside. So when his intuition activated and even went on overdrive, he did not notice a single thing. I should be fine now, Wang Wei thought as he tested his photographic memory. His memory was saved and his core personality was set. As such, Wang Wei felt that he would not have to worry about changing due to the passage of time. Of course, such confidence was simply the arrogance of an ignorant man. Time was the enemy of every cultivator, so none of them would confidently declare that it would not change them. Wang Wei was free to notice his surroundings, so he finally regained consciousness. He immediately felt an immense weakness. However, the feeling was not the same as when most of his soul was annihilated. The feeling was more like he could not control or access his previous power. What's going on? Wang Wei thought as he looked around. His divine sense used to be quick, powerful, and effortless. However, things were different this time around. It took him a while to spread, and even when he did, the process was incredibly draining. Additionally, he seemed limited to a small area around him. Wang Wei noticed that he was in a cage with a magic circle floating above. Have I been captured? Is that a formation? It should be why I feel so weak. It's probably a ceiling formation. He focused his mind, trying to gather as much information as possible. His action paid off as he heard a sound. Two people were arguing, and from the voice it was a woman and a man. "Gentle Fist, what are you doing?" the woman asked. "Wuxia, stay out of my way," Gentle Fist said sternly. "It seems I may need to be more straightforward," Wuxia said. "Were you the one who killed all those mortals?" "Yes. So you're not even denying it. Your Majesty is severely wounded and needs to recuperate as soon as possible, or our world will be invaded and conquered," Gentle Fist said. "That creature is the perfect nourishment. Unfortunately, it's not sufficient. Although he has a paragon quality soul, the quantity is barely at the Empyrean tier. I need to make up for it before His Majesty can swallow him." The creature's soul was enough to awaken the Emperor, so that he could find a solution to his injuries. There was no need to kill our people. "You've lived so long, so why are you so naive?" Gentle Fist sneered. A sleeping emperor is not much different than an awakened one who is severely injured. He needs to return to his peak as soon as possible, and if sacrificing a few mortals is the price to pay, I'm willing to make that exchange. A few? Do you know how many souls you need to raise his soul to the next level? You'll have to kill more than 80% of the mortal population. So what? They'll repopulate in less than 1,000 yuan epochs, Gentle Fist said casually. Enough. I'm the current regent while His Majesty is out of commission. So do as I say, Gentle Fist commanded. Wang Wei listened attentively to the conversation. After figuring things out, he immediately concocted a plan. He hid the fact that he had regained consciousness, or displayed any signs that he was intelligent. Meanwhile, he also started brewing a terrifying attack. His plan was simple. Gather as much power as possible and, with one burst, break through the seal and regain his freedom. However, this was only the first part of the plan. The second part was the information he had just learned. Less than a minute after the conversation, Wang Wei felt a power entering his soul and nourishing it. It's not as enticing as the Blue Lake, but it will do for now. Wang Wei focused on absorbing the souls given to him, while also mastering his increased power. Time passed and Wang Wei grew fatter. He looked like a massive purple blob inside a cage, surrounded by numerous dark red hues. However, his physical appearance did not matter. During the time he was being fattened, he condensed a terrifying technique that was ready to be unleashed at any time. More importantly, he had successfully integrated his willpower into his soul attack. Now he was just waiting for the right opportunity, and his time soon came. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Wei's cage was finally moved to another location. Someone brought him to this dark room with countless humans looking carefully at a coffin. A handsome middle-aged man lay peacefully inside, with a pale complexion. "Let's start," said a deep voice, which Wang Wei recognized as Gentle Fist. The man was dressed in all black, with a stern expression, which was further aggravated by his heterochromia. Gentle Fist made a hand seal, and the magic circle above the cage brightened. Wang Wei immediately felt his power being drained and knew that the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. His body released an intense purple light accompanied by black lightning. The sound of soul protection artifacts cracking echoed in the golden hall, followed by all the ministers present bleeding from all orifices before dropping dead on the floor. The attack tore apart everything in its path, including the cage and the formation. The walls and pillars of all four sides of this throne hall cracked due to the sheer power of the attack. However, it was not destroyed. "How dare you?" A booming voice shook the hall. Wang Wei watched as the man in the coffin slowly stood up, revealing a noble aura that is accentuated by his golden emperor robe with dragon designs. Unfortunately, the blood dripping from his nose and ear ruined his majestic aura. Wang Wei's first instinct was to run, but he controlled himself. The enemy was weak and injured, and showing his back was not the best approach in the current situation. He did not hesitate to release another attack. However, the emperor summoned a flame dragon around, protecting him from the attack. The flame dragon trembled, and the flame diminished slightly, but it did not dissipate. Wang Wei noticed this change and continued his attack. His tactic was simple: attack until he couldn't anymore. His soul technique was designed for a quick burst of intense destruction, which was a great approach given his lack of battle experience compared to his opponent. So after 3 swift and intense attacks, the already injured emperor could no longer hold on. "Damn vermin," he yelled as he waved his hand above his head. Numerous magic circles manifested as he activated the palace's formation. Then he started bombarding the palace from the outside. He shouldn't be able to hold on for long, Wang Wei thought. The formation may have boosted the emperor's strength, but it was draining on him to keep using it due to his injury. Wang Wei bet he could outlast the bastard. "You vile, disgusting excuse of an existence. You forced me to do this." The emperor's voice echoed between heaven and earth. Then, Wang Wei saw a white dragon manifested in the heavens before slowly transforming into an armor that perfectly fit the emperor's body. Wang Wei's danger alarm started ringing at the highest volume, and the emperor soon proved why. The sky turned red as it was covered by flame spears. They rushed toward him, falling like rain, but with the beauty of a meteor shower. Wang Wei was now slightly masterful at controlling his willpower, so he created a shield to protect him. However, he barely lasted for a few seconds before he crashed into a green sea. "The strength difference is too big, and I don't think I will until he reaches his limit," Wang Wei analyzed. "If I want to survive, I need more strength." A ruthless light flashed in his eyes. He condensed a willpower armor before flying out of the green sea. He spread his divine sense to cover as much territory as possible, focusing on all the mortals. He did not immediately move, but waited until he had covered as many people as physically possible. Meanwhile, the emperor had released his second attack, a black flame. Wang Wei did not need his intuition to tell him this flame was dangerous. His ignorance also did not prevent him from guessing that this flame targeted soul life forms like his current state. Now he thought. With one move, he forcefully stripped the souls from all the mortals his divine sense had covered, swallowing them whole. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1531 Myriad Devourer's Experience Finale. "Dirty worm, how dare you!" The emperor roared as he released his soul flame. Wang Wei scoffed sarcastically before releasing another attack, blowing most of the flame away, blocking the remaining part that he could not deal with. "It's not enough," Wang Wei thought, his eyes flashing with a deep red hue. There were still a few more mortals, and more importantly, there were numerous cultivators. Wang Wei quickly finished digesting the souls before going on the hunt again. The emperor became even more furious, releasing a domain attack to kill Wang Wei, but it was pointless. With one burst of willpower attack, Wang Wei tore apart the domain before continuing killing and swallowing souls. Once he finished killing all life on that world, he finally focused on the emperor. Repulsive demon, the emperor said as he looked at Wang Wei with the utmost disgust. He despised the latter's red eyes and, more importantly, he could not stand the nauseating scent of negative karma. Now it's your turn, Wang Wei said before rushing toward. The emperor struggled for a few minutes, but ultimately, his injury meant he could not sustain his previous power. However, the emperor proved he was worthy of the title of Paragon. Before his death, he gave Wang Wei one last mocking look before exploding his body. When I see you again, I'll ensure your death, you lowlife sinner, the emperor said, his last words echoing between heaven and earth. Wang Wei's soul appeared from the wreckage, and more than half of it had disappeared. Damn it, all my efforts are wasted, Wang Wei cursed as he looked at the grave injury he had sustained. He could not accept that all his efforts were wasted, and with his injury, it was a risk to travel in primordial chaos. He took a moment to think of a solution. He had swallowed many souls and learned much information, which greatly benefited him. I need world source, he thought. By now, he had realized what the blue lake he had discovered was, and he even knew that they were the same as the blue spot that improved his soul, except more concentrated. Wang Wei looked at the destroyed world. The emperor's last desperate attack left the world devastated, with numerous void cracks and world-ending natural phenomena like earthquakes and tsunamis. Wang Wei concentrated and sensed a power trying to heal these changes. He followed the source of the power. With his previous experience, the new knowledge he had acquired, and his intuition, he was confident he would succeed. However, before he could get far, an enormous eye appeared above the sky. Heavenly Tao? Wang Wei thought as he reviewed one of the cultivator's memories. Am I going to be punished? He sneered because this was the perfect opportunity. Heavenly Tao did not waste time, and started releasing dark lightning bolts. Wang Wei was not going to be outdone, and began attacking the eye as if the latter was responsible for killing his family and loved ones. Such an act would usually result in his immediate death. Fortunately, this world was the lowest of the Chaos World, which could only give birth to one paragon every generation. The Noble Flame Paragon was this world's 120th paragon, and all the others had long left to find more potent Chaos Worlds to continue their cultivation. So after his death, this world was vulnerable. Wang Wei tore apart Heavenly Tao before following its origin to find the world's core, where the source is located. He finished the last remaining consciousness of Heavenly Tao before greedily absorbing all the world sources, healing his injury. This time around, Wang Wei did not lose consciousness and calmly watched this world fall apart. The cultivation world is cruel. If I don't have the strength, I will either die or worse, lose my freedom. I cannot allow this. I need more strength. The red hue of his eyes intensified, and once the world completely collapsed, Wang Wei left, searching for a new world. He soon found what he was looking for, but when he sensed more than one terrifying aura compared to the Noble Flame Emperor, he ran away. In fact, those aura detected him and chased him for a while. Wang Wei then became strategic with his search, targeting only weak Chaos Worlds. Once he discovered his target, he would eradicate all life in the world before absorbing their source. As time passed, the negative karma on Wang Wei reached a point where it started to affect his mind. Without knowing it, he lost consciousness, relying only on his greed and intuition to keep himself safe. He killed anything that was weaker than him and continued his path of destruction, garnering him the title of Myriad Devourer. At some point of time, Wang Wei heard a shout that temporarily awakened his consciousness. He was shocked as he discovered numerous resentments surrounding him. All the people he had killed had manifested in the form of resentments, trying to eliminate his mind and soul. Wang Wei could not accept such a fate, so he desperately fought against them. He used his soul attack and willpower repeatedly to eliminate these resentments one by one. He did not know how many yuan epochs he spent killing every single one of them. However, all he knew was that he had spent too long only fighting these resentments. This explained how my willpower had reached beyond 90%. Wang Wei thought as he paused the memory. He had to rewind the memory after losing consciousness, seeing things from a three-dimensional perspective. Wang Wei to know if he had learned some secrets by accident, and in some ways he had. The memories from all the people he had killed were valuable, but his previous self never truly digested them. He took this opportunity to condense these memories into crystals to read later on. Wang Wei continued the memory. Once the Myriad Devourer awakened, the horror of what he had done dawned on him. Luckily, Wang Wei's willpower had now reached the highest echelons, allowing him to sit with his decision as soon as possible. But now what? He could now see how much negative karma he had accrued. Most cultivators will stay away or hunt him after seeing him, and reincarnation was out of the question. He knew what fate would await him if he tried. He would either be sent to hell and tortured to pay off the karma, or if he were lucky enough to be reincarnated, he could only be a devil race or an Asura. Maybe I can join that heavenly demon league, Wang Wei thought. While in his previous state, someone approached him and offered him to join the Heavenly Demon League, which he said was a subsidiary of the legendary True Devil sect. Wang Wei did not dare attack the latter and ran away, but the person also did not chase him, allowing him to escape. Being a devil cultivator is not the ideal path, but it's a starting point, Wang Wei thought. How about a deal? A soothing voice suddenly said. Wang Wei was able to tell it was male, but that's all he could analyze. Who is there? Wang Wei looked around, but there was no one in sight. No need to look, you can't find me. How about it? Are you interested in a deal with me? What kind of deal? You should understand your situation. I will solve your problem by allowing you to reincarnate without any issue, even blessing you with luck. But, Wang Wei asked, there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. That's right, the voice agreed. If one day you can reach my level, I need you to do something for me. Your level? And what do you need me to do? Don't worry too much about it. As for your task, I need you to protect something at all costs. At all costs? Even my life? Wang Wei asked. Well, maybe at all costs is a bit extreme. Anyway, I just need you to protect it to the best of your ability. I don't really like how vague this promise is, but I am tempted by your offer, assuming you can do what you promise. A scroll appeared before Wang Wei with a brief explanation of their agreement. He reviewed it and repeated for a few minutes, hesitating to sign it. Do I have a choice? If this person can communicate with me without my detection, he probably can do worse, Wang Wei analyzed before gritting his teeth and signing the contract. What he needed now was a new life and proper cultivation training. Only when he was strong enough could he deal with circumstances such as this one. The scroll turned into a golden light that entered his body. He watched as all the karma turned into a red orb hidden deep in his soul. Additionally, he saw a purple dragon swimming above his head. Is this my luck? Wang Wei thought. However, he didn't have much time to admire that beautiful dragon as a portal appeared next to him. I hope to see you again, the soothing voice said. Wang Wei nodded before entering the gate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1532 The Birdha. As soon as Wang Wei stepped out of the portal, he found himself before a dark throne with 2 lava pools on the side. A towering man with red horns, bull face, and muscular body sat on the throne, looking down at him. Someone of your soul level wishes to reincarnate? That's rare, said the bull-headed man. Paragons do not reincarnate since they can regenerate or revive themselves from any injuries. And if they ever have a need for reincarnation, they usually separate a small part of their soul. Who are you? Wang Wei asked. I'm Yama King Flame Bull. You're not immortal, so I'm in charge of your reincarnation. Let's take a look at your file. Flame Bull answered as he summoned a book with the words, Life and Death on the cover. Wang Wei was not familiar with the language, but he instinctively knew what was written after a single glance. You're one of those unregistered people who have recently appeared? Flame Bull said as he looked at Wang Wei strangely. Is there an issue? Wang Wei asked, his guard already raised to the highest level. No issue. I'll just register you now, Flame Bull said as he tapped on the book, which released a black light that scanned over Wang Wei's body. A black brush appeared and wrote his name. Let me see. Name, Wang Wei. Origin unknown. Death, accidentally entering primordial chaos. How unfortunate. Life, undetermined. That makes it harder for me to judge you without knowing your past. Well, what's this? It seemed a supreme entity blessed you to ensure a prosperous reincarnation. That's good enough for me. Flame Bull wrote something on the book before waving his hand to manifest a bowl with dark water that shone brightly like the starry sky. What's this? Mengpa soup? Wang Wei asked. Who's Mengpa? Never mind. Well, all right. This is forgetfulness soup. Drinking it will seal your memory for the reincarnation process. Must I drink it? Wang Wei asked. Those are the rules. However, you don't need to care too much. With your soul, your memories will be awakened before you turn 5 years old. I see. Wang Wei hesitated briefly before swallowing the soup. He felt a power washing his mind, making his memories slightly blurry. However, to his surprise, he discovered his Earth memories were perfectly intact. Is this because of my previous training or Hongjun's power? Wang Wei had no answer, so he did not think too much about it. Very well. Flame Bull said as he waved his hand to manifest a dark gate in the room. I hope. Is something wrong? No, it's just another special guest has arrived. Flame Bull said casually. Yes, where was I? Your reincarnation. He pointed at the gate, and it shone with a slight black light. I hope you have a great reincarnation. Thank you. Wang Wei nodded before looking at the gate. He took a deep breath before walking through. A new life awaits him, and all signs indicate it will be an exciting one. Once I reach the pinnacle of the cultivation world, I will be free to travel anywhere between heaven and earth, including returning home. Something is wrong, Wang Wei said as he paused the memory. He rewound everything, focusing on Flame Bull's expression. The way he looked at me changed after the pause. Additionally, the second wave of his hand was to cast a spell on the gate, not activate it. He focused on the gate, trying to detect what had changed. However, the memory was not deep enough to detect. I need a better look, Wang Wei said as he opened his eyes in his seclusion room. He put a hand on his forehead to remove his sealed karma. He immediately felt a subtle change to his karma-unbound physique, granting him greater protection and affinity to karma Dao. Wang Wei smiled in satisfaction before focusing on the red orb on his palm. It is so much. He expected to have amassed a great deal of negative karma, but he did not expect it to such an extent. This will be useful. Wang Wei smiled before putting it away. He stood up and immediately entered the river of time before turning into an enormous fish to swim downstream the river, trying to reach his past. Wang Wei traveled countless yuan epoch into the past until he reached the time for his reincarnation. However, he did not immediately descend into this time period from the river. As expected, it is protected, Wang Wei muttered. Since this involved samsara and the afterlife, he expected protection. Regardless, this was his timeline, so with his mastery of time Dao, he could still experience what happened. He just needed to be extra careful. So he activated his emptiness state and entered an invisible state before descending into that time period. He secretly watched his past self enter the gate, and soon afterward, Flame Bull shook his head before muttering, "What a poor bastard." Wang Wei casually glanced at him before checking on the gate. This thing would not stay for long, so he needed to hurry. His spell was to purposely release the aura of my Paragon soul. And given the fact that I was reincarnated into the Eternal Ascension world, this was a way to secretly kill me. But why would he do that? Wang Wei did not have to think too hard for an answer. He was ordered to do so, and there is only one person with the motive and connection to facilitate such a thing. The Fate Cardinal. He wanted to get rid of the Fate Seeds even during their reincarnation. Wang Wei sneered. Reincarnation might not be the Fate Cardinal's domain, but he should be able to use his connection with the Samsara Cardinal. I can't wait to slap you to death, Wang Wei thought before calming down. The plan should have worked, so how did I survive? Intrigued, Wang Wei jumped into the future to the time of his birth. He watched as his mother gave birth to him, sensed the vision outside, saw his father rushing in a hurry, and soon afterward, his grandfather came and loudly named him. Wang Wei raised his head to look at the sky, and his vision penetrated the boundary between the lower and upper dimension. He sneered when he saw the 7 parasites desperately searching for the person who dared break their blockade. Then, the situation became more complicated. The Eye of Heavenly Dao also showed up to participate in the search. So, Even you saw me as a threat? Wang Wei thought as he continued observing. He waited a few seconds without any changes. Don't tell me this is one of those time loops in which I have to save myself? Wang Wei thought strangely. He decided to wait a little while before intervening. As for the consequences? He'll deal with them later. Luckily for him, something soon happened. A young man dressed in purple appeared towering over the firmament. As soon as Wang Wei saw him, he knew he wanted to be this person as he seemed to be the embodiment of everything he pursues in life. Free and unfettered. True transcendent me, Wang Wei suddenly thought. His instinct told him who this person was. However, he did not have time to think too long as Grand Daos. I soon showed up after the young man, but the latter ignored him. Stop. As this single word was uttered, it echoed throughout the chaos universe, imprinting in the minds of all sentient and non-sentient beings. A supreme will then manifested from the young to enact his orders. Time and space froze, and everything began to stand still. The cycle of life and death stopped evolving, and all living things in that moment became eternal, able to live forever, frozen in that single moment. The shackles of fate were removed, or to be precise, changed ownership to this supreme will. The fate of all living things was no longer their own, as it always was and always will be. All cause and effect, all karmic ties were cut, thus freeing all living beings from the consequences of their actions. All their sins and altruism were washed away, turning them into blank sheets. Yin and yang were separated. All living things were free from the concept of good and evil, day and night, fire and water. They were no longer divided. Wang Wei looked at everything in shock and awe. The vast difference in their cultivation meant he could not completely fathom what the young man had done, but he had enough knowledge to make an educated guess. And to say he was shocked is an understatement. And all of this just to give him an identity. Wang Wei smiled and muttered. So that's what happened. Now so many things can be explained. This single experience has confirmed many inexplicable things and many of his theories. Throughout his life, Wang Wei had experienced a few unexplainable things. Why did he have a heart demon while only a mortal after killing for the first time? Why did his last pagoda trial deviate from its program, creating a wrath of heaven that had a will of its own, and wanted to break his will? Why was his awakening of the Dugu realm more complicated than others, even including the appearance of heavenly Tao that wanted to suppress his achievement, and even his mind? Why can his luck turn black? Who forcibly changed his timeline? For what purpose? Why did Wu Hong send a clone to the past? What relationship does his fate seed status have to do with everything? What's his connection to his future self? Are they just him or maybe even enemies? Was he truly the one responsible for the All-Haven fate calamity? All answers pointed to the young man, who is his future self, who has achieved transcendence. His battle to detach himself from the chaos universe, and from Grand Daos rules to reach that level had already started before he was born. His battle against the Grand Tao has ramifications that span space and time, past, present, and future. Wang Wei looked at the young man. I will be the last winner. He understood something after seeing this young man. He was destined to achieve transcendence. It could even be said to be set in stone. However, this version of himself might not be the one to succeed. There are infinite versions of himself in the infinite trichiliocosm, and any of them could be the one who achieved transcendence and became the main personality. Although he had the advantage of being from the primordial timeline, that's only because his transcendent self was not too satisfied with the way the previous timeline went. He's redoing it because he wants a better outcome, a stronger state of transcendence, Wang Wei analyzed. In other words, he's re-establishing his foundation by changing his timeline and how he achieved transcendence. There are paths after transcendence, and my future self is trying to reach higher levels. A seed of ambition was embedded in Wang Wei's mind. He had yearned for the quintessence realm, but now he wanted more. He wanted to be the strongest Tao quintessence powerhouse possible, ensuring he achieved the strongest transcendent state possible. If there is more cultivation after transcendence, it means his pursuit of freedom was not completed. His motivation was further fueled by the realization that if he was not the best among all his infinite variants, his future self might just choose another timeline to be the primordial timeline. I won't lose to anyone. Even myself, Wang Wei thought with immense determination. The purple-dressed young man looked meaningfully at the baby, and Wang Wei before smiling lightly. His presence disappeared, leaving memories of what had just happened only to his younger self. The journey has begun, huh? But it also already ended. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1533. One of three requirements. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. He now had a clear path forward, which increased his focus and determination to achieve his goal. He took one last glance at his parents, who looked so young. Wang Wei smiled before continuing looking all his life. He wanted to find any clue about the time nexuses. Wang Wei had to fast forward the process, but he observed everything closely. He discovered nothing unexpected until after Gu Xian's trial, when he fought the hooded figure that was probably from the future. That event was the first time Wang Wei had tasted true death, and he only survived because Wu Hong reconstructed his existence. Something is wrong with that event, Wang Wei thought as he changed his perspective. He observed his timeline from a lineage perspective. His eyes saw a single threat that represented his life from point A, his birth, to point B, the future. Wang Wei observed a slight chunk or weakness on the line that corresponds to that event. More importantly, he saw more flaws. My intuition tells me that something horrible would have happened if Hong'er hadn't revived me, Wang Wei thought as he analyzed the situation. He jumped to the next flaw or time nexus. And it was when he proved the Tao and became an immeasurable emperor. That day was a decisive moment in his life. And Wang Wei once again felt something terrible would have happened if someone successfully killed him. Wang Wei visited all his time nexus, becoming Heavenly Emperor, establishing the perfect foundation, entering the Empyrean realm, his ascension to the upper dimension, entering the Empyrean taboo realm, and his immeasurable tribulation. I have a bad feeling about this, Wang Wei thought as he had an idea of what the time nexus was, but he wanted to ask Myriad more information before he formed a complete opinion. He looked at his future, searching for the next time nexus. Becoming a primal. That makes sense, Wang Wei muttered. Now that he knew what was coming, he decided he would only become a primal while hiding in the safest location possible. Wang Wei sighed. He had much work to do. He entered the river of time to return to the present. He did not immediately leave his retreat, but focused on the soul attack he created as the Myriad Devourer. The technique was indeed simple. A powerful and quick attack that annihilates the soul and body. The soul power attacked the soul while the willpower destroyed the body. This technique is technically an ultimate skill, Wang Wei muttered after analyzing it. The technical part was because the technique required gathering strength for a few minutes before launching an attack on par with an ultimate skill. I just need to remove the casting length, and it'll meet the first requirement to be a primal, Wang Wei thought. He had an idea on how to achieve that, so he sent a talisman to his fiancée outside, asking whether she had finished his soul ring technique. Wang Wei received an information talisman, and he did not waste time learning it. The idea behind the soul ring technique was to condense unique soul rings in the sea of consciousness. Wang Wei created two types of soul rings, efficient and replenish. He designed efficient soul rings to reduce the burden of using perfect or ultimate skills on the soul. The replenish soul ring would then help the soul recover all the energy exhausted using the techniques. That soul ring required resources, but he had ample soul energy awaiting him to utilize. I can design a storage soul ring to store the ultimate soul attack and use it instantly when needed, Wang Wei muttered. This idea was excellent, but Wang Wei rejected it. Such an approach would mean he would need to prepare the soul ring beforehand, and they might run out during battle. The attack has reached the border of ultimate skills, so I only need to boost it slightly to cross that level, Wang Wei thought. Instead of the storage soul ring, it would be best to create a boosting soul ring. My previous self relied on perfecting a single skill for countless yuan epochs and continuous usage of his willpower against the endless resentments as the foundation of the technique. However, this meant my understanding of the soul and willpower was not complex. I just need to make up for this aspect, and the technique will be completed. Wang Wei was a man of action, so he started. His solution to adding complexity to the technique was simple. Soul Dao. One of his secondary Dao is the soul, but it was still in the Great Emperor stage. Wang Wei drew upon his memory of the soul and converted it into an understanding of the soul Grand Dao source. He also added his knowledge and experience in the subject. Wang Wei watched as his soul Dao rose to 100% at record time. He could not achieve this result if he had a lake full of merit. It seems I didn't suffer for nothing, Wang Wei sighed in relief. He had spent so long comprehending that single technique. Now he was transferring all that knowledge and experience into cultivation. With 100% soul Dao, Wang Wei swiftly completed his first ultimate skill. He observed the rings around his soul in his sea of consciousness. He had 12 red soul rings, 12 blue soul rings and 1 yellow ring. He stood up from the lotus position to test his strength. The red soul rings trembled, and Wang Wei's body released a purple light that vanished as fast as it appeared. The void around him tore apart. Luckily, the room's formation was activated to block and repair all the damage. Wang Wei closed his eyes. The blue soul rings were already releasing light to soothe his soul. I can use at most 12 attacks. Then, I'll need the yellow soul rings to recuperate, Wang Wei calculated. However, he did not have enough resources to condense all of them. Wang Wei exhaled deeply. I've met the first of 3 requirements. With Grandma's Samsara training talisman, I should meet the second requirement soon. Wang Wei planned to review his memories to find useful information. However, he decided to be lazy and outsource this job to someone else. So he sent the memories to Red Mask, tasking her to find useful information from them. Then he activated the Samsara training talisman. A portal swallowed Wang Wei, teleporting him to this dark place shrouded in a gray mist. He observed his surroundings, especially the fog that enveloped everything. He realized it was some kind of unique yin qi that increased his comprehension. Is this to ensure I improve as fast as possible? I'm envious that the Yama Kings have access to such a valuable resource. Wang Wei waited a few seconds before someone finally appeared. It was him, a perfect clone with even the same soul aura. The only difference was the coldness in the latter's eyes and the lack of vitality in its eyes. Interesting, Wang Wei muttered. The training clone did not say a single word. Black lightning flashed across his eyes before teleporting before Wang Wei and punching him. Wang Wei did not want to be outdone and moved forward, meeting the punch with one of his own. He thought their strength would be similar, but he was wrong. The training clone's true will tore apart his defense and embedded itself into his body, inhabiting his regeneration. Wang Wei immediately tried to remove it, but his actions were like a child attacking a building with its small hand. The training clone continued his assault, each attack utilizing the pinnacle of true will. Wang Wei immediately entered a passive mode as he tried to analyze this ultimate Dao will skill. Is that the power of fate? He added the attribute of fate to the true will, granting it the status of fated to be here. My attempt to remove it from my body is useless because I'm literally fighting against the true will's destiny. If the river of fate said a particular true will was destined to remain in someone's body, how hard would it be to remove? This was the essence of this ultimate Dao will skill. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. He had many ideas about his Dao will skill, including fusing his Dao with it. The talisman seemed to have created the training clone from a version of himself that had completed the idea and had him fight and learn from it. What a brilliant technique, Wang Wei praised as he focused on learning it. Unfortunately for him, when he was only a quarter done, he received a talisman from Wuhong that the Grand Assembly was happening, and it would be in less than 1,000 years. It seems I have to pause this training session, Wang Wei sighed. He could learn much in 1,000 years, but he had something else to do. So he deactivated the talisman, returning to the retreat room. He first conjured a projection before activating an array that protected the projection. The last thing Wang Wei wanted was for Hongjun or someone else to use the projection to affect him. After ensuring his safety, Wang Wei waved his hand to summon the karmic line connected to Earth and the prehistoric world. He sent the projection through the line. I hope this trip is worthwhile, he thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1534 Pangu and the Prehistoric World. Wang Wei's projection looked at the immense world that looked like a blue egg. He took a deep breath before descending. Wang Wei immediately felt a power scanning his body. The power detected his status as a former resident and allowed him entry. So Wang Wei followed the karma line and instantly reached Earth. The first sight that caught Wang Wei's attention was both a surprise and expected. Dozens of spaceships flew from a port on Earth before flying deep into outer space. Wang Wei calmly looked at this planet that was both familiar and foreign. It's been 25,000 years? Wang Wei thought as his eyes saw a brief history of the world before his disappearance. The catastrophe that killed him released spiritual energy into the Earth. However, the process was slow. It took more than 1,000 years before someone could cultivate to Tier 4, or the supernatural realm. Now, in the year 25,654 of the evolution calendar, cultivation and technology have developed at a rapid pace. Earthlings have developed various cultivation systems tailored to their respective cultures. The West has magic, genetic warriors, and even the faith path. The East has immortal cultivation, martial arts, way of samurai, yin-yang conjurers, and many more. The South has spirit manipulation, ancestral worship, totem warriors, and more. The Southeast has Buddhist and Hindu cultivation systems and others. It's a melting pot of cultures and ideas, Wang Wei commented. He found the Earth's cultivation system beautiful. Something tells me that's how the outside world would have been had it not been for Grand Dao's strange xenophobia. Wang Wei looked at the development of humanity with a slight smile. The most powerful cultivators of the Terran Federation is only Tier 6, and they are currently fighting a civilization with a Tier 7 cultivator. However, Wang Wei did not worry about Terra since he could see their luck was prosperous. Now what should I do? Wang Wei thought. His family and friends had long since departed. He could travel to the past to meet them, but he did not dare mess around with time in this place. As soon as he arrived, he sensed countless gazes fixed on him, and 3 of them made his spine shiver. Lord Hongjun, I think it's time we have a conversation, Wang Wei said as he bowed politely. A portal manifested before him, and Wang Wei stepped in. He found himself in a simple room in Hongjun's Purple Heaven Palace. Hongjun was an elderly man dressed in a light purple robe, with a butterfly-shaped jade pendant hanging from his side, a short white beard and long white hair, his deep eyes reflecting the river of fate. Please sit. Hongjun motioned to the cushion before him. Wang Wei thanked him before sitting down. I would offer tea, but you're only a projection. If the tea has any benefit, I don't mind taking it away with me, Wang Wei said, making Hongjun laugh. Sadly, nothing can easily leave this place, Hongjun said with a gentle smile. You must have a lot of questions. Go ahead and ask. First, I want to know what it is you want me to protect, Wang Wei asked directly. That's not an easy question to answer. Before I answer, can you tell me how much you know about the history of the Chaos Universe? I'm not a historian or an expert, but I do know more than most, Wang Wei replied before telling him many things he knew, showing he knew a lot more information than regular paragons. Of course, he hid many secrets as well. Perhaps Hongjun knew these secrets or didn't care. Regardless, Wang Wei did not want to take the risk. You do know a lot. In that case, let's start from the beginning, Hongjun said before waving his hand. The surroundings changed, showing a visual representation of history. At the beginning of heaven and earth, the world was in a state of transition between nothingness and existence. Grand Dao was young, so it created numerous creatures with the intention that they would help it complete the world. Wang Wei saw a beautiful and voluptuous woman in a green robe, with a cold and indifferent expression slowly creating these weird-shaped creatures. Wang Wei's lips twitched when he realized this was the form that Grand Dao took. The first 2 creatures Grand Dao created were Perfection and Observer, Hongjun continued. Grand Dao took its time to mold 2 creatures. Perfection was a golden sphere, and Observer was a floating eye. Grand Dao spent eons discussing the creation of the world with these creatures. Perfection and Observer soon proved themselves talented in this area, especially Perfection. It had all the ideas on how to create a perfect world. Meanwhile, Observer recorded all the ideas, laws, and failed products of their discussions. Wang Wei watched as Grand Dao sat before all these creatures, talking with them as if this was a sermon. It took a while, but Grand Dao soon realized Perfection's plan was not feasible. The creation of a perfect world meant no room for growth, improvement, or development. Grand Dao did not know why, but it knew the world needed to evolve. What happened next is like most tales. Perfection could not accept its mother's denial of its ideal, so it revolted. It convinced the other creatures to side with him by promising to perfect them. Grand Dao realized its mistake. It had given her children too much power. Wang Wei watched as numerous creatures besieged Grand Dao, trying to eradicate her. He held his breath, listening deeply to every word. Grand Dao ran to her other child for help, but Observer refused to participate in this battle. It remained neutral and continued what he believed was his purpose to exist: record everything. Without any choice, Grand Dao had to find aid. She relied on the ideas for completing the word to create new children. No, it would be better to say she gave birth to generals. Wang Wei saw 5 humanoid figures slowly manifested. Meet creation, destruction, time, death, and her favorite, fate, Hongjun continued. She gave these generals immense power, but did not give them intelligence. They were nothing but programs dedicated to winning this war. Her plan worked. Wang Wei watched as the 5 humanoid creatures with different colors systematically slaughtered all the creatures who rebelled against Grand Dao, including Perfection. Grand Dao won, and the first thing it did was create the first taboo: banning Perfection. Its second action was to take control of the last variable in the world. However, before she could move, something unprecedented occurred. Observer used all its knowledge to become enlightened and reached a level higher than its mother. It transcended. Wang Wei saw the eye standing above what looked like the chaos universe. Observer did not stay long after detaching itself from the chaos universe. However, its presence fundamentally changed things. Grand Dao received a reward or nourishment from beyond the chaos universe, from a place with many names: Prime Origin, the Alpha Genesis, the Beyonder, and Hongmeng. Hongjun saw his calm reaction to the term Hongmeng, and secretly nodded. Observer's ascension showed Grand Dao her purpose. She knew that she needed to recreate her second son's success, but she also knew things could not be chaotic again. So she started her plan. Observer had left detailed records, including laws. Grand Dao used these records and her general creation to create the first grand construct: primordial chaos. She turned time into the river of time to allow the sentient creatures to grow. She turned death into the underworld, an early version of samsara. The underworld was simply to ensure that the future lives in this world could die more easily in case they rebelled, and the underworld could recycle their soul. Finally, Fate turned into the river of fate. I said he was her favorite. Do you know why? Because he would be to ensure her control over everything, Wang Wei answered. Exactly. Fate was the link connecting everything, ensuring her control and dominance of the entire world. Hongjun nodded. What about destruction? He vanished, Hongjun replied. The vision showed destruction bowing to Grand Dao before disappearing. Rumor is that he is the final guardian of Grand Dao, and he will only appear when the chaos universe needs to be reset. However, that is not completely true. Hongjun waved his hand to change the vision. After the birth of the constructs, the Genesis age ended, and Grand Dao started the next age. It created a new life, the Chaos Demon Gods, born from primordial chaos. She was smart this time around. First, she limited the number of creatures to only 3,800. She ensured that all of them were weak, being born only in the Emperor realm. However, she gave them access to the Observer's record, allowing them to understand the truths and laws to slowly improve themselves. She also gave them a mission: to populate the world. She promised them rewards for the good job they did. Wang Wei saw the 3,800 chaos demon gods slowly create a world from primordial chaos to give birth to life. However, these were not humans, but primordial lives that could passively absorb power from primordial chaos. It seems Grand Dao was still in the mindset that innate life form was better than acquired life, Wang Wei commented. Indeed, Hongjun nodded before continuing. I'm sure you can deduce some of the story from there. Among the 3,800, Pangu was the youngest, but he was also the most talented. He understood the records with unprecedented speed. Additionally, he had a kind heart. He cared for the lives he created and taught them patiently. At one point, he was deeply loved by Grand Dao. However, he suddenly changed after becoming a Grand Dao saint. Grand Dao saint? Wang Wei asked. It seems you haven't heard the news yet. It's the Dao quintessence realm, Hongjun explained. Continue. Wang Wei nodded, not asking more questions. Pangu started his transcendent path, but he chose the most heinous way of doing it. Have you heard of the myth of Kaitian? Yes. Pangu used his axe to chop primordial chaos, giving birth to heaven and earth. Wang Wei succinctly summarized. Hongjun's vision showed a giant wielding an axe. Myth is a myth. Pangu's act of splitting the heaven did not create the prehistoric world, but to open a tear through the chaos universe and reach Hongmeng. Wang Wei took a deep breath. Is he mad? There is a chance he was, Hongjun replied. As you know, I'm the reincarnation of the Destiny Chaos Demon God. And although my memories are mostly gone, I remember he was a kind person. His sudden change in temperament was abnormal. Hongjun looked at the vision of Pangu, slightly lost in his memory. The Pangu he knew would never do such a thing. What happened next? Wang Wei asked, but he had an idea. In the myth he read, the Chaos Demon Gods attacked Pangu to stop him. Grand Dao ordered us to stop him. However, his mastery of power origin was beyond everybody. He killed all of us with a few attacks before continuing his madness. Without any choice, Grand Dao summoned her general, Destruction. The two flights for many years, killing all life in the universe. In the end, Pangu was defeated. However, it was too late. He had made a large hole through the universe. At the last moment before his execution, he made a bargain with Grand Dao. He will use his body to plug the hole. Grand Dao reluctantly accepted his plea. At this point, she had more concerning worries, as the world was crumbling due to the battle between these two. Then Pangu sacrificed his body to turn into a world. His left eye became the sun. His right became the moon. His breath turned into clouds, mist and wind. His voice transformed into thunder, his head into mountains, his blood into rivers, and so on. I'm sure you know the myth. Wang Wei nodded. Is this what happened in the Lost Age? That's right, Hongjun nodded. The Lost Age was a result of Pangu's madness and Grand Dao's rebuilding. She learned from her mistake, and became stricter as a result. She turned observers' records into the Grand Dao source, no longer granting sentient beings direct access to the fundamental laws of the world. In fact, during the Essence Age, few people could access it. Wang Wei thought briefly. What happened to that hole? Is this why Grand Dao is harsh toward the prehistoric world? The hole has long been patched, and yes, it's the source of everything. Hongjun replied as he waved his hand to end the visions. Have you ever wondered why the outside world is so culturally homogeneous? Why are the people of the prehistoric world locked in their home, unable to leave this prison? I have, Wang Wei nodded. We didn't know at first, but when Pangu tore a hole through reality, he brought a few unnecessary things into this chaos universe. The Elder Gods, Wang Wei exclaimed. That was one of the major ones, Hongjun nodded. More importantly, he brought information and diversity. Wait, are you saying all the information in the novel and movies is from other chaos universes in Hongmeng? And the people of Earth have their origin from Hongmeng? That's precisely what I'm saying, Hongjun nodded. Grand Dao used to be strict, not allowing any form of influence. Then, one day, Siddhartha Gautama became enlightened, his spirit broke through the restrictions of this world, and he started spreading Buddhism outside. He died afterward, but he was the first to succeed. I waited for a while and observed. I noticed Grand Dao saw the benefit of Buddhism and tested the ground. I left Gautama's method of sending his spirit past the restriction to see if someone could reach that level. The barbarian race, Wang Wei muttered. You know them as the Mongols, but I knew them when they were the Shi people. A small tribe that gives birth to a talented leader. He broke the barrier and became the ancestor to the barbarian race, Hongjun said before sighing deeply. Sadly, his fate was the same as Gautama's. Is their death a retaliation from Grand Dao? Definitely, Hongjun nodded. He let his words breathe before continuing. My next test was Ingzheng, or the human emperor. He was supposed to be the first true success without dying, and he was supposed to be the guardian of the group afterward. Unfortunately, he was a failure for many reasons. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1535 The Grand Escape. I figure there were others, Wang Wei said. I'm guessing their purpose for existing is the same as mine? I've always had one purpose, Hongjun said. To protect this world. Pangu took advantage of the crack to utilize a bit of the power of Hongmeng to cast a protective barrier around the Prehistoric. The barrier has severely limited Grand Dao's intervention into our worlds. Hongjun sighed. Gautama's action showed us hope, but it also weakened the barrier. Grand Dao realized that the spread of Buddhism, or adapting ideas from the prehistoric world, was the best way to assimilate our world and remove the barriers. I knew it was only a matter of time before the protection period would end, and we would be in danger. However, I also thought I had more time. I knew sending these people through the barrier would accelerate things as they share ideas from Earth. However, you were beyond my calculation. Hongjun looked Wang Wei in the eyes. Do you know that besides you, 2 other people miraculously survived after entering the void? Wang Wei squinted. Other fate seeds. That's right. These people were lucky to swallow 2 pieces of world source to sustain their soul before miraculously being sucked into the nearby worlds for reincarnation. According to Grand Dao's script, this was supposed to be your fate. However, you diverted from your destiny when you chose to rely on yourself to survive. Hongjun smiled gently. When I saw you, I was shocked and awed, but also terrified. I planned for 3 people to reincarnate and return to the prehistoric world to protect the world. The other 3 were chosen by Grand Dao to compete with other fate seeds for the cardinal position. I saw your potential and knew I could not allow someone like you to become Grand Dao's lackey. Your first instinct was probably to eliminate me, Wang Wei said. It was, Hongjun admitted. Then why didn't you? You're a diviner, so you should understand that the best and worst things for us are unknown or unpredictable variables. I figure I should observe first. The worst that could happen is you die an untimely death, and if possible, I can guide you to be a variable on our side. Then, as I watched your actions and knew what kind of person you were, I decided to gamble. Wang Wei nodded. He now understood Hongjun's mindset, and why he helped him during his time as the Myriad Devourer. With 5 people from Earth spreading ideas, the destruction of the prehistoric barrier accelerated. But it was nothing compared to you. Your existence destroyed all the calculations and predictions I made, Hongjun said. Regretting your gamble? Wang Wei asked. It's too early to say, Hongjun smiled. However, my intuition tells me I have made the right choice. A cultivator should trust their senses, Wang Wei nodded. He thought briefly about everything Hongjun said. To clarify, the thing you want me to protect at all costs is the prehistoric world. Hongjun nodded. I know people like you are intrinsically paranoid, so I'll lay everything on the table. My path is similar to Supreme Unity, except more complete. I condense my soul quintessence by linking with Heavenly Tao, and unfortunately, my connection is even deeper than Supreme Unity. If something happens to this world, I will not survive. I understand, Wang Wei said. He did not completely trust or believe Hongjun's words. There must be many things the latter is hiding, but for now, it appears his task is only to protect this world. This place is also my home, so I have no issue fulfilling my oath. However, you should understand that I cannot do that alone. Don't worry. The other 3 have the same oath as you. When the time comes, you can work together, Hongjun reassured. No problem, Wang Wei nodded. But is that it? I have a feeling that this is not the end of this conversation. As astute as ever. However, the next conversation does not have anything related to me, Hongjun said. Don't say that. You couldn't have facilitated the world collision or other plans with us, said a booming voice. You can't sell us out now, said a captivating male voice. Wang Wei saw 2 people appear in the room. The first one was an old man with white hair and a thick white beard, dressed in all white, with his eyes naturally glowing. He radiated holiness, divinity, and nobility, and he was the one with the booming voice. The second one was a middle-aged black man dressed in African garments with the design of a spider. The man was slightly handsome, but the mischievous look in his eyes distracted from his handsome features. As soon as Wang Wei saw this man, he felt he was a cunning bastard that he should be careful against. Yahweh and Anansi, Hongjun introduced. As I said before, he's not a part of the plan, so you need to negotiate with him on your own. Wang Wei frowned. He recognized the name Yahweh, but it took him some time to remember Anansi, the Western African god of story, wisdom, knowledge and trickery. He only remembered it because he once read an online novel that mentioned it. In hindsight, that novel treated him poorly and was probably racist. Lord Yahweh, Lord Anansi. He stood up to bow. No need for the pleasantries, Yahweh said before two cushions appeared next to Hongjun. Wang Wei then returned to his sitting position. He observed these two soul quintessence powerhouses, focusing on Yahweh first. A path of faith? But why is the aura weird? He thought. He did not dare stare for too long before observing Anansi. His aura is familiar. Could it be? Not faith, Yahweh suddenly said. It's the power of myth. I spread my legion through the universe to condense a mythical self before fusing with it. The myth you used must be outlandish and would require an extraordinary amount of faith to condense into reality, Wang Wei analyzed. Wait, it's rude to read people's minds. I didn't read your mind. I don't need to read your mind to know what you're thinking. A form of nigh omnipotence? Interesting, Wang Wei muttered. And you should have used the quantum realm to achieve soul quintessence. Human wisdom is a marvelous thing, Anansi said. After discovering the quantum realm, I spent years studying it and encouraging its development. Then, I created a method to turn my soul into a state similar to quantum entanglement. My soul existed and did not exist. It existed in the future and the past. It was corporeal and incorporeal. This idea sounds like a yin-yang approach to the universe soul quintessence that we created, Wang Wei analyzed. There was a saying that all paths lead to the same destination. Another saying said that the end of science is theology, and Anansi was the proof of this saying. Hongjun said you had something to negotiate with me. Wang Wei asked, not hiding his intrigue. You know what Hongjun wants. Can you guess what we are after? Anansi asked. Why are you wasting time? Yahweh asked. You've heard the news about Tao overlords. Aren't you interested? Not really. Well, consider this, Anansi said. We need to know whether he's truly capable of helping us. You have a point, Yahweh nodded. He looked intently at Wang Wei, awaiting his answer. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He exhaled before entering deduction mode. Can I assume you two are not restricted like Lord Hongjun? And your priority is not the protection of the prehistoric? That's a fair assumption, Anansi nodded. Let me think. People on your level only want to go higher, but this world must be restricting your progress. There is a slight possibility that Grand Tao allows people of my race and ethnicity to leave the prehistoric world in the future, but the chances of it doing the same for all races of Earth are slim. So, if I were in your case, the only way forward would be to escape. You want me to make another hole into the chaos universe so you can enter Hongmeng and continue cultivating in other chaos universes. I guess it wasn't all bragging, Yahweh said. You guys must be mad, Wang Wei said. Even if he had this kind of strength, why would he put a target on his back? He had already known Pangu's path was a dead end, so why would he repeat it? Calm down, Anansi said with the soothing voice of a storyteller. Your thinking is too extreme. Too extreme? Oh right. I may not need to make a hole in reality for you guys to escape. Maybe there are other ways to leave the chaos universe without damaging it. However, such an approach will probably be more complicated. Everything was possible, meaning there might be something he doesn't know. Now you're getting the full picture, Anansi nodded. Wang Wei frowned. This idea is sound on paper, but there are many problems he can think of. Can you guys even survive in Hongmeng? According to our calculations, the minimum requirement to survive is our realm, Yahweh replied. That's good to hear. Do you have any leads for an exit? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1536 The second condition. No, but we know there is an exit. Wang Wei looked at Anansi with a look that said, "Are you kidding me? We've been stuck here, with access to limited information," Yao complained. "True," Wang Wei nodded. "If you think about it logically, you'll know there must be an exit." Wang Wei squinted. Grand Dao should have learned of Hongmeng after the observer's transcendence. Even if she controlled herself, she must have been curious after the whole. It's very likely she sent an expedition to learn more. And that's only if she's not aware of her existence in relation to Hongmeng itself. Exactly, Anansi nodded. Since she can leave, you can do the same. We only need you to send us, or even a piece of ourselves, out. Well, color me intrigued, Wang Wei said as he stared at them directly. I don't mind helping you, but what can I get for my service? We will offer you our soul quintessence method, Yao said. I already have a method that is perfectly suited for me, so yours will only be icing to the cake, Wang Wei said. His words made everyone slightly surprised. They would not be surprised if he had said he had an idea for the way forward. These three expected as much from the people reincarnated from the modern era. However, it was something else to have a completed method. We have also done numerous attempts and calculations for a flesh quintessence method. Well, at all the information, Anansi added. Now we're talking. However, it's still not enough given what's at stake. It's apparent that you have something on your mind. Why don't you tell us your condition? Yao asked. On top of your previous offer, I have 2 conditions. Yao was speechless at this brat's greed, while Anansi only smiled. However, no one knew what he was thinking under that approaching visage. Go ahead. You are the god of knowledge, and you have omnipotence ability, or something similar, Wang Wei uttered. In other words, the knowledge you two possessed is unparalleled. I want all of it. Wang Wei had to think of his future wife. Her path was all about knowledge, so he wanted something for her. Of course, he'll also benefit immensely. Unfortunately, that's not possible, at least not now, Anansi replied. Why? The method we were offering you was protected by a special method. Yao explained. However, if we were to offer you all our knowledge, your fate would be the same as your science and technology world. Yes. That pest Grand Dao would not allow me to leave here with such powerful knowledge, Wang Wei nodded. Unless I can protect it like you do. But you're currently too weak to do such a thing, Anansi finished his thought. I still want this condition, but you can pay when I'm strong enough, Wang Wei compromised. That's fine by us. What's the second condition? Wang Wei became serious. Is this place protected? Don't worry. Even Grand Dao cannot spy in this place, Hongjun reassured. He had used Pangu's remaining power to protect his Purple Heaven Palace. Good. But before I say my condition, I want a binding existence contract, that you guys won't overreact. Are you serious? No, you seem serious, Yao said. And you only want us not to overreact? Yes, and that goes to you as well, Lord Hongjun. Me too? Well, it seems things are getting interesting. Hongjun smiled before condensing the contract. It was simple since Wang Wei only wanted them to listen to him and not attack. After everyone signed, he did not utter his condition out loud, but sent it into their mind through divine sense. Their expressions changed. All three accidentally revealed their aura, which almost crushed Wang Wei's projection. In fact, if not for the protection of Hongjun's Purple Heaven Palace, the aura would have leaked, causing chaos to the entire prehistoric world. Yao said. That is a taboo topic for us, Anansi said with an unpleasant face. Those are my terms. Accept or no deal, Wang Wei said calmly. Hongjun summoned a pot of tea and sipped it to calm down. Sometimes being too smart is not a good thing, he warned. I'm well aware of the burden of knowledge, Wang Wei replied. You know that we might not be able to convince them, Anansi said. Are you really entertaining this? Yao asked. Some things have to be faced sooner or later, Anansi sighed. I understand this, Wang Wei said. As long as you try. The three groaned simultaneously. Fine. Anansi was the first to relent. However, the other had reservations. Once we escape, we'll have to confront this uncomfortable truth, Anansi persuaded. Hongjun can wait until he transcends, but he also cannot escape. Might as well try to help him. Maybe he will introduce a new variable. All right. Yahweh resigned to his fate, and Hongjun only nodded. Good, let's have it in writing. Wang Wei smiled. Hongjun condensed the contract, and Wang Wei read it. I immediately frowned. I want everybody's help, not just you three. You're going too far, Yahweh snapped. How much help can the three of you be? Plus, there is no guarantee that you have more influence than them. Wang Wei's request had a significant impact. In fact, even he was not too sure to what extent. The idea came into his mind, and his intuition told him it was extremely important. Maybe even more important than his true transcendent path. We can't force others to sign such a contract. Anansi argued. Can you honestly say you're the only one escaping? You won't bring other people with you? Wang Wei sneered. Since they can benefit from my action, they can take the time to help me. Anansi and Yahweh looked at each other, communicating through their minds. Fine, you win. They sent the contract out to numerous people. From Hongjun's disciples, their descendants and close friends, to Anansi and Yahweh's pantheon, to other powerful entities with origin or connection to Earth. Everyone received the contract. They all had the same initial reaction as the three before signing the contract with gritted teeth. However, most of these people deleted or sealed their memories of this encounter to deal with the existential crisis. Wang Wei received a contract with hundreds of names, all of whom are big shots from mythology, stories, or religions. He clicked his tongue in wonder before signing his name. Even as a projection, the process was binding since it was tied to his existence. Pleasure to do business with all of you, Wang Wei said as he reached out for a handshake, but everyone gave him a side eye. No need to be mean, he uttered. Yahweh snorted coldly before teleporting away, leaving a talisman glowing with golden light. Anansi sighed. I'm usually on the other side, looking at the aggrieved individuals. He shook his head before teleporting away, also leaving a talisman. Wang Wei smiled sheepishly before taking the talismans and absorbing the information. He immediately had a terrible headache. The pain was so intense, and it was unlike anything he had faced before. How petty, he muttered with a slight groan. He now had 2 more soul quintessence methods in his mind, along with enough knowledge to raise his flesh quintessence method to 60%. Wang Cheng will love this information, Wang Wei thought. He did not know whether the latter had finished his retreat, but with this information, he expected him to return immediately. Do you want to see your parents now? Hongjun asked. Lord Hongjun, even you no longer welcome me, Wang Wei said in an aggrieved voice. He could feel the latter's hint that he should leave. However, he had many questions he still wanted to ask. Hongjun's mouth twitched. He was so glad he rejected the idea of accepting this bastard as his disciple. This kind of cause and effect was not something his short life could bear. Is that a no? Hongjun asked. Now is not the time to meet them, Wang Wei admitted truthfully. His soul quintessence method requires him to condense his past self, and this will be the ideal time to meet his parents. In that case, wait, Wang Wei said. How about you share your transcendent method? You see, although supreme unity is sealed, he is still a problem. Maybe I can find a way to deal with him after learning from your superior method. Hongjun stared at him. This kid's shamelessness surpassed his disciple, Zhuanti. All right. How about we exchange? I'll use a flawed method for yours. Why not use a complete one? My method is universal, meaning it's more valuable than yours. Mine is also universal. But you need a source chaos world, Wang Wei argued. Anyone can cultivate mine without any stringent requirements. I doubt yours don't have any strict requirements. You only need some achievement in Time Dao. Hongjun chuckled while staring at him. All right, you win. But let me ask you a question. Does your method also use the 3 corpses technique? It's the essence of the technique, Hongjun admitted. Good. We can trade, Wang Wei said. The idea of dividing 3 corpses, good, evil, and obsession, fit perfectly for his 3 selves, past, present, and future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1537. A peak of the highest level. Hongjuan calmly watched Wang Wei's projection disappear. He continued drinking his tea while in deep thought. Today's event was clear in his mind. This was not what was supposed to go. Anansi said as he reappeared in the room. That kid is dangerous, Yahweh said. Are you sure we can rely on him? He did not fully believe in the existence contract. After seeing what Wang Wei was capable of, he would not be surprised if the latter found a loophole. Do we have another choice? Anansi said. Ing Zheng was a disappointment, and the other three, despite being years ahead of him, Wang Wei has nearly caught up to them. More importantly, it's the all-heaven fate calamity. Anansi looked at Hongjun. Do you think it's him? If it were before, I was only 50 to 60% sure. But now it's more than 70 to 80%. Is that so? Anansi muttered, thinking of the implication. It may be good news for us that he is the aggressor. It also meant we have no choice but to pick his sides or we're screwed, Yahweh added. Grand Dao is already set on eliminating them, so if they choose Wang Wei's side, they have no place left for them in this infinite chaos universe. We don't have a choice but they still do, Anansi said, looking at Hongjun. I would be foolish to betray him and choose Grand Dao's side. Hongjun said calmly, not happy with the latter's insinuation. You may feel that way now, but that doesn't mean you won't change in the future, Anansi sneered. Or that others might have the same sentiment, Yahweh added. I can't control what others do, Hongjun shrugged. You're not taking this seriously. If the day comes and Grand Dao tries to lure you into her side, a civil war will start, Anansi warned. Other race powerhouses cannot leave the prehistoric world, meaning they will have no choice but to choose the mad emperor in the prophecy. Hongjun frowned, thinking deeply about these words. Then, let's start preparing. They need to avoid a civil war at any cost, so it's best to prepare now. Although the choice will not be an issue for a while, it's best to start acting now. Hongmeng. Wang Wei opened his eyes and looked at the chaos universe. Then he started laughing out loud. I have to give credit to myself. I can't believe he figured it out on his own, with so little information, Wu Hong said. This version of yourself is indeed the best so far. Indeed. But he's still a little naive. Let's help him, Wang Wei said as he snapped his finger, supplementing the idea that Wang Wei had when he was asking for his second condition. You're going to pay for that, Wu Hong said. It's worth it, Wang Wei smiled. Do you think they will help us? Wu Hong asked. She was worried they would stop the plan instead of helping. Why not? These people are as ambitious as we are. They've been searching for a way forward even longer than we have. Now they have a guinea pig to show the way forward. Why wouldn't they help? Wang Wei smiled. Maybe, Wu Hong muttered. Is something wrong? Are you sure about this plan? You are doubting things now, Wang Wei said with a wry smile. I'm not doubting it, but I just think we could be more conservative. You could try the 8th transition first before proceeding with the 9th transition. Wang Wei was quiet. He understood her worries. If his plan works, he will achieve 2 transitions together, immediately reaching the level of the 5 Supremes. However, this plan is risky. Wang Wei sighed. We've discussed this before and I have already set things in motion. It's too late to have regrets or worries. Anyway, the worst that will happen is I will be sealed for a while and you'll be alone. I don't like how nonchalant you are about the consequences. If you are sealed, our family will lose face, and I will be alone for a long time, Wu Hong complained. At their level, with death being a non-factor, reputation and face have somehow become the key factors in maintaining the hierarchy. Why would I care about face? Wang Wei always found it baffling why these transcendent entities cared so much about such a trivial thing. In the end, he chucked it to the fact that it is their way of preserving their humanity with all that power. You may not care, but what about the sect's reputation? What about our children? The sect will be fine, and those 2 little bastards will also be fine, Wang Wei replied casually. All right. If you don't care about reputation, don't you care about me? Do you really not care about leaving me alone? How about you accept the seal with me? Wang Wei asked. You. Wu Hong said in anger. I won't speak with you anymore. She disappeared and Wang Wei sighed. He took one last look at his origin before standing up. He knew he would have to chase her through countless chaos universes before they could make up. However, he did not mind. Eternity was a long time, meaning they needed ways to keep the spark alive. Drama and conflict are the best way, even if it's artificially created. I wonder how long she's going to make me chase this time. Wang Wei hoped she breaks her last record since the makeup afterward was legendary. That woman made him feel sensations he never thought possible. So with a grin on his face, he started his search. While these lovebirds were renewing their passion, 5 individuals suddenly received a premonition. The first one was Mother Earth. She was a black woman with green, long, natural hair, a crown made of leaves, and a pure white dress. She was watering a towering tree with trillions of branches, in which each leaf was a chaos universe. Among the 5 supremes, Mother Earth was the most famous because she was essentially responsible for the birth of 2 other supremes. Earth exists in countless realities and chaos universes, but that was not always the case. At one point in time, there was one Earth in one chaos universe. Mother Earth achieved transcendence from that chaos universe, and she brought the Earth with her, spreading it to countless realities. Mother Earth sensed something, and she extended her mind to meet the others. Taoist All Beginning was focused on his painting of a mountain. He did not care about all the paints on his black Taoist robe, as all he cared about was the painting. If anyone had access to this painting, they could probably achieve transcendence in less than 3 years. That's how remarkable it was. The Taoist sensed something, stopped and frowned. He was annoyed but still extended his mind for the meeting. An elf wearing a black magic robe focused on engraving runes on a wand. He would occasionally dip his fingers into a golden dust as material for the rune engraving. The dust was created from purple Hongmeng chi, and a chaos universe grinding to sand size. A simplification of things as always, the source mage muttered. The source mage sensed something and stopped his engraving to attend the meeting. Monster Queen was an enormous creature with numerous body parts of different creatures. Dragons, cheelants, ghosts, banshees, nymphs. The monster had a part of every creature in existence. To be precise, all creatures, in fact, had a part of her. The strange thing is that this existence had a strange beauty to it despite all the different parts that should not be together. That last part was not necessary, the Monster Queen said. Apologies. Do you want me to delete it? Sage asked. No need, but watch yourself. All right. The last Supreme refused to be shown, but they have allowed their names, Evil Incarnate, to be used. Did you sense it? Mother Earth asked. Why are you asking something so obvious? We know the boy is trying an ascension. The question is whether we should stop him. Evil Incarnate asked. Why should we stop him? Taoist All Beginning asked. We've been lonely for so long. Isn't it good to have another fellow Taoist? I don't care either way, the Source Mage said. Me either, but I'm tired of you Earthlings, the Monster Queen said. I second that, Evil Incarnate said. It's not our fault Hongmeng loves us, Mother Earth shrugged. Let's not go too far, the Monster Queen argued. Can we get back on topic? The Source Mage said. Time is of the essence. But it's really not, Taoist All Beginning said. We have all the time in the world. And I don't like to waste it, even if it's endless, the Source Mage rebutted. Now have we decided not to intervene? I have no issue. Fine by me. It's a good thing to get a newcomer. Can I at least annoy him? Everyone ignored the Queen's words. Good. In that case I'm leaving, the Source Mage ended the link. What a boring guy, Evil Incarnate said. How about we bet on whether he'll succeed or not? Why not? I bet he'll succeed, Mother Earth agreed. She had always had faith in all her children. I second that, the Taoist nodded. We can't all agree, so I said he fails miserably and is humiliated, the Monster Queen said. I also bet he's going to fail, Evil Incarnate said. He's too ambitious. He should have done things slowly. All right, what are we betting? Mother Earth asked. I want the root of your Earth Source tree, the Monster Queen said. In that case, I want your source blood. Deal. The Taoist looked at Evil Incarnate. Do you want such high stakes? Why not? All right. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1538. The framework expands. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He took a moment to review the conversations he had with the three of them. He did not miss a second word, a single micro-expression, or even a second body movement. Wang Wei microanalyzed every aspect of that meeting to ensure he did not miss anything. I need to discuss this with the wife, he muttered. He stood up while checking how much time had passed. Is there less than 1 year until the Grand Assembly? An interesting time difference. His conversation with these people was not even an hour, but more than 1,000 years had passed. Wang Wei teleported outside, calculating how long he spent in retreat. He first spent 70,000 yuan epoch in his first retreat before meeting Myriad. Their discussion took only 500,000 years, and Wang Wei had to retreat again. Now he has spent another 30,000 yuan epoch. It's not that bad, he thought before walking toward Wu Hong's workroom. As he approached, the twins had just left the room, running into him. Their bodies stiffened for a second before saying, "Congratulations on your retreat, Uncle Master." Wang Wei smiled smugly. "Thank you, and congratulations on becoming primals. Master told us you contributed to our success, so we would like to thank you," Song Jiang said. He waited for his sister to say something, but her mouth was quieter than a mouse trying to sneak food, so he had to elbow her. "Yes. If not for your nurture core, who knows how long it would have taken us to reach that level," Song Lulu said with a forced smile. "No need to thank me. Your accomplishments are the result of your talent, hard work, and your master's unrelenting effort," Wang Wei said. He knew that he had mostly accelerated their progress, but most of it was due to their own effort. "As well, I'm sure you're busy. Oh, go see your master." Wang Wei waved before walking inside. He saw Wu Hong surrounded by scrolls and jade talismans, reviewing papers and signing orders. He was immediately distracted by her unparalleled beauty. He was about to ask her to role-play as a hardcore CEO with glasses, and he would be her secretary, with whom she was having an affair. However, he was immediately distracted by her aura. "Your aura? Have you completed the 13 Transcendent Foundation?" Wu Hong replied without raising her head. "There wasn't enough time, so I've only condensed the spirit seed." Wang Wei immediately frowned. "Can you stop the process of foundation re-establishment? With the right trick, it's possible." The backlash. More pain. Then it wasn't wise to risk it, Wang Wei said. He did not want her to suffer. "The Grand Assembly is important, and I couldn't waste time waiting for its arrival." Wang Wei sighed. He found a seat next to her and prepared tea and snacks, waiting until she finished all her paperwork. The process took more than an hour, a sign of her workload. "Why are you so busy all of a sudden? Don't you have a continent lord to do all the bureaucratic work?" "We have entered war mode, and I need things to be perfect," Wu Hong said as she drank her tea and snack. This is not bad. You made it." "It's one of the recipes from the Hui clan," Wang Wei replied. He once invested in a man named Hui Mengwei, and even sent the latter to study under Chen Xilan's teacher. "It's a decent recipe," Wu Hong praised as she finished her snack. "Your aura is also different. I reckon the results of your retreat were satisfactory?" "Oh, you have no idea," Wang Wei said before telling her everything that happened, except about his second condition. It's not that Wang Wei did not trust her, but he did not want information to be revealed. He was more confident that the situation of the prehistoric world was better equipped to hide the information from Grand Dao. Wu Hong listened attentively without commenting, and when he finished she muttered, "So it's true." "What is?" "I heard rumors that there were hidden grand constructs, and one of them was the Hall of Records, said to contain all the knowledge, truth, prophecies, and secrets of the world. From your story, it's like Grand Dao used the Observer's record to create the Grand Dao source that contained all laws, and the Hall of Records to contain information." "Now that you mention this, I thought of something," Wang Wei said. "The 5 Supreme Outlaw Daos each have a grand construct except for creation, destruction, and heaven. However, We know destruction might still exist in the form of a battle puppet or something. But the Hall of Records may be the construct for Heaven Dao. The pool of creation. Wu Hong suddenly said with brilliant eyes. I once read that term on a parchment. Ever since, I've been trying to understand what it was. Now I'm sure it's the grand construct for creation Dao. It's very likely that the general destruction was also turned into a construct after building primordial chaos and the grand Dao source. Do you think the grand mist wheel is connected to the pool of creation? Although the source of energy for the mist comes from the source chi space, Wang Wei commented. Everything is connected, so it's possible. Wu Hong nodded. True. Speaking of the source chi space, Hongjun never mentioned when it was created. Do you think it came later? Definitely. Its purpose is not just about sharing energy with different worlds, but also about resource management. So if I had to guess, Grand Dao created the space after the Essence Age to prevent cultivators from using too much power, Wu Hong analyzed. True. What about the Cardinal and the Tribunal? Do you think they existed before or after the Essence Age? It doesn't have to be either or. Grand Dao probably had the concept of the Tribunal during the Essence Age, and only completed it afterward. By that logic, the Source Chi Cardinal is the youngest. However, that does not truly matter, Wang Wei said with squinted eyes. The real question is whether there are cardinals or people in control of these hidden constructs. After seeing what happened with the Observer, I doubt Grand Dao would grant anyone full control of all the world's secrets, even if she had already separated the law aspect from the Hall of Records. The power of destruction is the sharpest stick in her hands, so that only leaves the pool of creation, Wang Wei muttered. The idea that there might be a hidden cardinal had numerous implications, especially with how the world is about to drastically change in the Transcendent Age. So the two chose to make a mental note of this possibility. What do you think caused Pangu to choose this path? Wu Hong asked. Do you think his personality has always been this dark and he's been hiding it for so long? Or do you think something changed him? I think he was indeed a kind soul. Are you saying that with something to back it up? Or is there some bias involved? She asked. No bias. My thinking is that it would be challenging to perfectly hide from someone as conniving as Hongjun, especially when the latter was the Destiny Chaos God. That's fair. So, what do you think happened to him? The answer is kind of obvious if you think about it logically, Wang Wei said. For Pangu to do all he did, he must have been a very powerful third-step Dao quintessence cultivator. And by that point, there is only one thing that could influence him. Perfection, Wu Hong uttered. A creature of that level cannot be eliminated easily. It's possible it left a spirit, a remnant, or even worse, an obsession. Pangu might have encountered it, and was manipulated. The idea that perfection is still a threat in the universe is not a comforting one. Wang Wei grunted. Yes, with your ability to attract trouble, I do not doubt you'll probably encounter it in some form or shape, Wu Hong said, looking at him strangely. Wang Wei's lips twitched as this was a great possibility. Hopefully, we'll have the strength to fight by then. Have you forgotten what you signed for? Wang Wei said as he raised her hand to show the ring. All my troubles are now your trouble. Why does this feel like I'm a young girl who married someone, only to discover the person is riddled with severe debt? Wang Wei laughed at these words. It's not funny. But it is, Wang Wei exhaled. He controlled himself. Otherwise he would be laughing all day. Wu Hong rolled her eyes before moving on to another topic. Something has been bothering me about Hongjun's story. Why did Grand Dao take on a humanoid shape? And more importantly, why did she have human clothes? Do you think he created her appearance, or is there some truth to it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1539 Hongmeng will. I had the same question. Wang Wei nodded. All creatures will eventually turn into a human shape for cultivation, which is the Dao shape modeled after Grand Dao. There are theories that the reason the human race is so powerful is because they are born with a Dao shape, not required to transform, unlike other races. Grand Dao started to take the one-eyed shape, probably copying the Observer's shape. You think Grand Dao's human shape is due to her imitating someone else? Wu Hong asked with a raised eyebrow. But who? Do you think our chaos universe has a creator? It would make sense if Grand Dao copied and learned from its creator. Her attitude would also explain her xenophobia. Perhaps Grand Dao only wanted life forms that resembled her creator. I don't think there is a creator, Wang Wei shook his head. Or if there were, the latter is very irresponsible. If you look at history, it's obvious that Grand Dao was ignorant and spent a long time creating and perfecting the systems of the chaos universe. Now compare that to when we create a word with the Grand Mist Wheel. The world was too disorganized, especially during the Genesis Age. Grand Dao didn't even know she had to cultivate transcendent tier cultivators to benefit itself. If we follow your train of thought, Grand Dao and the chaos universe were created naturally due to a system that exists in Hongmeng to create more worlds and life, Wu Hong analyzed. It looked like this because it passively received information from Hongmeng, like the people of Earth, and was influenced to take that shape. While that's the most likely case, there are two other possibilities, Wang Wei continued, his eyes embodying the essence of wisdom. First, some random female transcendent passed by when the chaos universe was still in its infancy. Her presence subtly affected Grand Dao, and she modeled herself after this transcendent being. Secondly, the chaos universe is a micro-representation of Hongmeng, meaning Hongmeng has its own controlling entity like Grand Dao. When that entity ordered Grand Dao to create a new world, it also left some information, and Grand Dao chose that shape from the data. No matter which is the truth, I do believe there is such a thing as a Hongmeng will. It's the only organization system that makes sense. Heavenly Dao, true Heavenly Dao, Grand Dao, and Hongmeng will, Wu Hong deduced. However, her words immediately created a tension in the room. The two looked at each other, knowing their conversation had reached the threshold of alarming Grand Dao. Wang Wei looked at the sky. He always wondered how Grand Dao seemed to know when people were discussing taboo topics, even in a protected area. Now he had a feeling it was an ability similar to Yahweh. Grand Dao may not know exactly what people are discussing, but it knew who was doing it and the general idea. Let's talk about something else, Wu Hong said. Why were you so vague about your second condition? I'll tell you when you condense your soul quintessence and update the heaven deception array, Wang Wei said. It's that serious. It's that serious, Wang Wei nodded. I understand. They told each other everything, so he must have a good reason why he insisted. Wu Hong did not think it was a matter of trust, but more of safety. Do you think we can trust Hongjun? He's shown us enough goodwill, enough to have a decent relationship, but not enough for trust, Wang Wei immediately replied. There are many unknowns about Hongjun and his real motive. Wang Wei already predicted that the Chaos Demon Gods wanted to return to the world and Lin Fan was their pawn for that. When that happens, what will happen to the Destiny Chaos Demon God? Will Hongjun use this opportunity to regain his former body and strength? Would someone else inherit the strength of that demon god, forcing Hongjun to fight for its previous life's power? For now, Hongjun's status as a Chaos Demon God is a variable that makes Wang Wei wary to trust him in any capacity. So, while he has no issue working with the latter, he would never truly trust him until he has answers to these questions. Well, that's fair, Wu Hong nodded. Anyone who can enter the first step of transcendence before the ultimate taboo is not someone to treat lightly, not to mention that Hongjun achieved success in a strange world like the prehistoric world. Let's learn these techniques before I forget, Wang Wei said as he summoned a talisman with unique power attached to them. They then used their divine sense to memorize the technique inside. Meanwhile, Wang Wei connected to her soul and shared the other two methods with her. It's a lot, Wang Wei complained. No transcendent technique was simple, and even memorizing these techniques could put a burden on a paragon's soul. By the way, did anything major happen while I was in seclusion? I mean, besides the upcoming Grand Assembly? One major and two minor events occurred, Wu Hong explained while digesting the three methods in her mind. She regulated her mind before answering. The first minor event is the Skill Path Association found their luck-condensing artifact, the Dao Path League. Wang Wei chuckled at this news. It seemed miscellaneous finished the copy. The second event is that news about the exchange scroll was leaked. From our side or Kong? Wang Wei asked with a frown. Kong, Wu Hong revealed. He was gathering merit by forming a secret coalition with small factions and the devil cultivators. While he was successful, he was also too greedy, and the news was revealed. Kong's probably now a peak paragon with all that merit, Wang Wei thought. More importantly, as the chosen one, it won't be long before he has a fortunate encounter to start his path to primal. By now, these people should have deduced that the sect has an exchange list, and they also realized why you asked for such an exuberant price for the information about the gate. That's right. You should be careful, as these people will try to force the Dao opening sect to make the scroll public for everyone to use. They didn't do that to Kong. They tried, but once again, Buddhism came to his defense, Wu Hong explained. As expected as the protagonist, the top dog is already protecting him, Wang Wei commented with a chuckle. Kong did a great job by building the coalition with small factions, deepening his academy's foundation. However, it was stupid of him to make such a grand mistake by revealing such information. Wu Hong looked at him strangely. Why are you so calm about this information? You should understand that if the majority votes for the Dao opening sect to hand over the scroll, there is nothing you can do to stop it, unless you can fight everyone, or get Mithraya's support. It won't get to that point, Wang Wei said calmly. Wu Hong looked at him, and a flash of understanding glistened in her eyes. You think Heavenly Dao will make the exchange list official at the assembly? It's the perfect time and place, isn't it? Wang Wei smiled. The exchange list was for everyone to benefit and prepare for the disaster. Now that the previous and current chosen one have already benefited, it's time for everybody else to have access. That is the best move true Heavenly Dao can make right now, Wu Hong nodded. What was the major news you mentioned? News about the quintessence realm has already spread among paragons, Wu Hong revealed. And there are titles with the respective realms. Oh, first step is called Primordial Chaos Saint or just Primordial Saint. Saint, huh? Wang Wei muttered. He could not help but think that the name was chosen because of the prehistoric world. There are many systems with Saint in their cultivation name, but in the prehistoric world, that name is reserved for the people who stand at the top of the pyramid. Was the name chosen to symbolize that they were now the peak of the primordial chaos? Probably, Wu Hong nodded. She was not entirely sure about these names, as she had not been part of the meeting that decided them. The second step is called Tribunal Saint, probably chosen in order not to piss off the cardinals. Wang Wei nodded. It could also mean that the second step is on par with the cardinal. Then, it would be the same for the third step as they are called Grand Dao Saint. A being on par with Grand Dao, Wang Wei muttered. Hongjun used that name to describe Pangu's realm. Wait, who decided these names anyway? A group of primordial saints had a meeting, and from what I hear, 2 tribunal saints from the primeval body mansion and the Desire Heart Palace revealed their presence and acknowledged these titles. The Transcendent Age is coming. It makes sense that these factions wanted to show their presence to warn others. They probably wanted the luck and destiny for naming these realms, Wu Hong added, and Wang Wei agreed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1540. The deal is completed. The Transcendent Age is taking shape rapidly. I feel we should accelerate our preparations, Wang Wei sighed. He then suddenly remembered something. How is your recruitment of Sun Junyao? He wanted his wife to have a transcendent tier talent to boost the strength of the Origin Seal continent. She's almost convinced, but it seems she has some reservations after knowing our relationship. Wu Hong replied truthfully. Reservation? Does she think the invitation is set up? That we are trying to gang up on her? Or maybe, we are plotting something? I don't really know, but she's hesitating. Maybe she'll be more open to the idea after you break the fate line between you two. Wang Wei groaned. He was so close to cutting all ties with her. He only needed one more significant karmic event, and he'll meet the requirements. Wang Wei was about to say something when he suddenly received a talisman from the sect, and he sighed deeply after reading the content. They want you to return? Wu Hong asked. That's right. This is a sensitive time, Wu Hong said. A war/disaster is approaching, and everybody is preparing. As much as she enjoyed spending time with him, she understood there were more important things at play. Before I return, I need you to do something for me and accompany me to a place, Wang Wei said, sending 2 talismans. Where? The Void Illusion Realm. Wang Wei replied before telling her his plan and worry. Ma Wen, the Ma clan's heaven chosen, teleported to the meeting room a few minutes later. Lord Wang Wei. Ma Wen bowed before glancing at Wu Hong. He recognized her as his training involved influential people at the top of the world. People he could not antagonize. So he immediately bowed. Empress Wu. It seems like my efforts were not wasted, Wang Wei nodded. He sacrificed one of his precious tokens to ensure the deal with Ma Liqiu. I am forever grateful for your care, Ma Wen said with a deep bow. He knew he would not become a boundless paragon at such record speed if not for this man's help. In fact, he would not even have become an emperor in the first place if not for the Dao opening sect's favor. You're welcome, Wang Wei nodded. By the way, why can't I sense your companion's karma? He still remembered that competitive girl, Ma Honghua. She's dead, Ma Wen answered, his voice with a tinge of somberness. Oh, she couldn't accept her fate and rushed to break through. She didn't make it through the immeasurable tribulation. It seems your Ma clan's destiny is nowhere near recovered. Well, my condolences, Wang Wei sighed. Thank you. Although they were competitors, Ma Wen still treated Ma Honghua as a sister. He believed that together, they could revive the Ma clan to its former glory. Unfortunately, that dream is now a fleeting shadow. It's your turn, Wang Wei motioned to his fiancée. Wu Hong nodded before uttering, don't resist. She condensed a blue light on her palm before fusing it into Ma Wen's body. The latter wanted to resist, but he did not dare move. He understood that his strength was nothing compared to these two, and any sudden reaction might cause his doom. All right, let's go. Wang Wei teleported the 2 of them to the inner area of the Void Illusion Realm, while Wu Hong secretly followed. As he looked at the barrier blocking his path for endless soul energy, he said, You understand that nothing is free in the cultivation world? I know. Ma Wen understood this truth. A sect like the Dao opening will not randomly select a declining family and spend all that time and effort to raise them for no reason. So he's been preparing himself for when the foot eventually drops. I made a bargain with one of your ancestors. I'll cultivate a paragon for your clan, and in return, they will compensate me. Now is the time to get my reward. Wang Wei motioned for Ma Wen to approach the barrier, and after a deep breath, the young man took an enormous stride forward. The shield immediately started scanning his body, and after detecting his realm and bloodline, the barrier slowly disintegrated, and Ma Wen disappeared. Wang Wei rushed in, almost salivating at the endless pure soul energy in all states of matter. However, his joyous mood was quickly dampened after scanning the area with his divine sense. Ma Liqiu, do you think him a joke? His voice echoed in the void, but no one answered him. I've done the calculations, and even by the worst estimate, you've only left me with 40% of the soul energy gathered. Wang Wei did the calculations, deducing from Ma Liqiu's era and to the present how much soul energy there should be. I understand wanting to leave some for your resurrection, but I want at least 90% of the reserve. No one answered Wang Wei. It was as if he was speaking to the void. Since you want to do this the hard way, that's what we'll do. He snapped his finger, and an unconscious Ma Wen appeared before him, floating in the air. He snapped his finger again, and numerous symbols spread to every corner of Ma Wen's body. Wang Wei did not utter a word, and as expected, someone showed up before him a few seconds later. He watched as a beautiful woman clad in all white, with golden hair floating with the non-existent wing. Are you the Void Illusion Realm spirit? That's right. You can call me Zhenshi. Then, you should know what I want. Zhenshi looked at Wang Wei's face before looking at Ma Wen. She frowned, hesitating on what to do. Your creator promised the highest control of the Void Illusion Realm. Why aren't you doing what I want? Wang Wei asked, directly staring at her. All right, but please unseal young Ma Wen. You first, Wang Wei said. Zhenshi hesitated briefly before waving her hand. showing a large section of this area with even more soul energy. Wang Wei scanned the area, nodding in satisfaction. He first moved everything to his space ring before removing the seal and handing over Ma Wen. Zhenshi checked on the young Ma clan leader before teleporting him to an unknown location. She then looked at and bowed. Master. Wang Wei did not answer. Instead, he condensed numerous strings that sealed her. What do you think? This place is well crafted, Wu Hong commented as she appeared next to him. That Maliki woman, she was not only well accomplished in illusion Dao, but also in rune and array. I've only seen ancient runes used at such a high level only a few times. A pair of rune goggles appeared around Wu Hong's eyes as she observed her surroundings. The most interesting thing is that she's invented her own rune system. I'm guessing there are benefits to doing so? Many, Wu Hong nodded. Having a personalized rune system means they are designed to bring out personal strength, not having to make the system universal. More importantly, it makes it 1,000 times harder for other array or rune masters to decipher and change your work. What I'm hearing is even if I'm the highest authority of this place, my Alikyu has a way to take control from me, Wang Wei commented. Exactly. In that case, this realm spirit cannot exist. It's best to destroy and create a new one. That will only delay her, not solve the issue, Wu Hong explained. Can you do something? Wang Wei asked with a frown. It will take too long to decipher her system and take full control, she shook her head. I don't have the time now, and even if I did, it would be pointless. Ma Liqiu should return to her peak and take control by the time I'm finished. That's bad news, Wang Wei muttered. Why do you want this place anyway? You've got the soul energy, and it will be a while before it can amass more. Is it because it's a memorialized luck? I don't think your sect needs more destiny. You know how greedy I am. How can I let this opportunity pass? Plus, I don't like how Ma Liqiu tried to cheat me. So out of pride and saltiness, I want this place. Wu Hong gave him a look. Don't look at me like that. You know what you were getting into. Anyway, this place is about to become the main form of communication during the disaster. It's a good idea to control it. You make a good point, but there is nothing you can do. Unless you want to use merit and buy something from the merit list, Wu Hong replied, holding the urge to roll her eyes. I don't want to get this place after making such a great investment when I could have gotten it for cheap. I think this is one of those situations where you have to control your greed. Either let this go, or do a cost analysis and benefit, and see if it's worth using merit to get control of this place. Wu Hong shrugged. Or I can force its owner. Wang Wei smiled devilishly. Can you leave a method that makes it harder for her to regain control? I want to delay her as much as possible and make the process a nuisance. You want to force her to negotiate with you. That's right, Wang Wei smiled. This place is instrumental to Malikia's transcendent path, and if she wants to have full control, she will have no choice but to negotiate and pay me a steep price. You know, you're a terrible person. I was raised under capitalism. What do you expect? Wang Wei shrugged. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1541 The War Temple and Pill Realm. That's not an excuse, Wu Hong replied. She was sure that plenty of people from Earth who lived under capitalism did not turn out as terrible as he did. Unfortunately, as horrible as he was her little monster. She waved her hand to summon a complex magic circle above the inner core. Wu Hong took her time perfecting the array before slowly lowering it to the ground, and fusing it with the void illusion realm. We are good, right? Wang Wei asked. Not yet, Wu Hong replied as she focused on Zhenshi. She clenched her hands, generating a powerful shield that surrounded the spirit before crushing her into spiritual dust. Wu Hong drew a few runes in the void, which proceeded to absorb Zhenshi's spirit dust before condensing a new spirit. Wang Wei looked at the tiny creature with 4 wings. Now we're good. Yes. This new spirit is designed to fight against Maliquia's system, and buy you as much time as possible. Excellent. Wang Wei smiled while condensing a token to hand to her. What's this? Access to the soul energy reserve. You should need for your soul quintessence. Thanks, Wu Hong nodded as she put the token away. Have you made a plan? About what? About whether you're going to take the next step as soon as possible, or continue to perfect your foundation. I was planning on traveling to the infinite Trichiliocosm to get the immeasurable emperor title after finishing with the 13 Transcendent Foundation. Maybe even find a way to make up for missing the Emperor Taboo Realm, Wu Hong revealed truthfully. Then you better hurry up, Wang Wei warned. According to my prediction, the calamity will happen between 20,000 and 40,000 yuan epoch. So soon? Wu Hong said. This was not much time, especially considering all the things she needed to do. After all, she hasn't even modified Myriad's technique to fit her. I wish my prediction were more accurate, but as you know, there are too many primordial saints involved in this disaster. And this is the best divination I can do. No need to blame yourself, Wu Hong reassured. Most diviners would die or suffer severe backlash, trying to get as close to a date as he did, so she would not blame him for not being as accurate as possible. I think you'll have to wait to see how the situation develops before making a choice, Wu Hong replied. That's probably the best move, Wang Wei nodded. If Myriad can buy enough time, then Wu Hong can focus on establishing her foundation. However, if things are dire, she must concentrate on raising her cultivation. Well, it's time to leave. Wang Wei kissed her before teleporting away. As soon as he arrived home, he sensed something and smiled. He glanced at the new mountain in the distance with the name, Pill Sage Mountain. He did not hesitate to teleport above the large mansion that smelled like herbs. As soon as he arrived, a bright light flew into his arm. You've ascended? It's been a while, Yan Liling said as she held him tightly. I came to see you, but they said you were in retreat. You should understand the current situation. I need to get stronger as soon as possible. Let me see you. Wang Wei ended the tight hug to better observe her situation. Yan Liling had her alternative Dao Root Foundation, Emperor Taboo Battle Realm, 11th Revolution Bloodline, Limit Indestructibility, Peak Empyrean Realm, Empyrean Battle Taboo Realm, Paragon Soul, and a Paragon Willpower. Excellent. It seems you did your best in the lower dimension, and the sect also spent much effort on training you after your ascension. They did, Yan Liling nodded. I left instruction for that old man Wang Bo to be your teacher. Did he accept you? I had to take a test, but yes, afterward, the old man refused to leave me alone. Hey girl, this is the way you should be talking to your master, said a deep voice from the mansion. However, Wang Bo did not show up. So Wang Wei just nodded to salute. Boy, I heard rumors that you are engaged to the Empress? Of course. TCH, I'm so envious. You better treat her well. Wang Wei's lips twitched. Old man, you and I will have a problem if you keep thinking about my wife like that. Alright, I know I don't have a chance. Anyway, I won't get in the way of your reunion anymore. Wang Wei shook his head before focusing on Yan Liling. Let's have a small dinner like old times. Are you sure? It seems the ancestors are waiting for you. I should have a few minutes before I have to see them. Alright. Yan Liling guided him to her kitchen. Wang Wei immediately began preparing the food, while Yan Liling mixed the drink, a unique concoction of her own. I don't sense Li Jun, so I'm guessing he continued training with the Yama Kings. That's right. He said he wanted to give you a surprise when you see him, and it should save the sect a lot of resources. He's as practical as ever, Wang Wei chuckled. Regardless, he was looking forward to their reunion. How was your reign? I think it was great, Yan Liling answered. Juner built the War Temple as his legacy. He gained permission from the Yama Kings to summon projections of talented emperors from other chaos worlds. His temple was even more popular than the Dream World's battle tower. That's a great idea. The lower dimension talent will now have a much larger talent pool to compete against, Wang Wei praised. But why are you giving me this strange look? Well, the War Temple doesn't just allow people to fight against the imprints of foreign great emperors. They can also use the imprints of other emperors. I'm guessing that Di Tian and I were at the top, Wang Wei said. Although imprints cannot fully represent an emperor's power, it's close enough to determine the difference in strength. At first that was true, but not long afterward, two anomalies showed up, Yan Liling explained. The first one was someone called Tian Xian. He defeated Di Tian's imprint after a long battle, but lost to you. However, someone called Heavenly Book defeated both Di Tian and Tian Xian, and tied with you. Wang Wei squinted. It was a great shock to the lower dimension. No one thought someone rivaling you would exist, and people talked about it, well, until we ascended, Yan Liling continued. However, there is more. Oh. Juner revealed the imprint was based on outdated information. The owner did not authorize the utilization of all his strength to protect his information. Interesting, Wang Wei muttered. He was not too surprised by this news. Based on Emperor Jia's cultivation, he had deduced that the Heavenly Book was an extreme version of Di Tian. The madman has most likely reincarnated and become an eternal emperor 9 times as a form of Transcendent Foundation. In fact, Wang Wei even believed that the latter has cultivated to the peak of the Paragon realm 9 times, achieving an even more advanced form of Transcendent Foundation technique. As such, he would not be surprised if Heavenly Book were more powerful than he as an emperor. Are you all right? Of course. No need to lie, Yan Liling said. I know you, and the way you reacted tells me you know who Heavenly Book is, and he may even be an enemy. He's just someone who's been lurking around me with an unknown purpose. While he's a threat, I'm already aware of his existence and keeping an eye out, Wang Wei said truthfully. One of the reasons he decided to stay in the shadows during the disaster was his weariness toward the Heavenly Book Paragon. You know you can count on me now that I have ascended? Of course, Wang Wei smiled. Yan Liling will be an immense help once her cultivation reaches the peak, or even when she becomes a primal. Good, she nodded. What was your legacy? Wang Wei asked, moving on from the previous topic. The pill realm, she explained. I used Juner's help to gain access to the imprint of foreign pill refiners. Then, I condensed them into phantoms or remnants for people to learn or compete against. However, that's not the primary objective of my legacy. The phantoms have sentience, like spirits, and they have been tasked to ensure the prosperity of pill Dao in the lower dimension. In what ways? Can they create pill formulas, improve runes, or even create a new universal rune system? Or do they just condense the luck of pill Dao? They do everything you said and more, Yan Liling said with a smug look. That is indeed brilliant, Wang Wei nodded. Yan Liling hasn't realized it yet, but her legacy is the perfect prototype for her Dao quintessence. Once she reaches that level, she can just copy it, or even better, just absorb that prototype and upgrade it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1542 Elder Ceremony. For the next half hour, the two talked, ate and drank. Yan Liling did most of the talking, recounting everything that Wang Wei missed in the lower dimension. It appears the lower dimension is finally reaping the benefit of the First Origin War, Wang Wei commented. Finally? Hasn't it always been benefiting? Yan Liling asked. A part of her training was history and learning the secrets of the world, so she knew the significant events of the upper dimension and their overall impact on the world, and even the chaos universe. Think about it carefully. Before I came, the number of Eterna in power was pitifully low, with no world having double digits of Eternals. If the lower dimension was the destiny center after the First Origin War, why was such a small number of Eternals produced compared to the upper dimension? I figured it was a matter of quality over quantity, Yan Liling said. It was. That destiny allowed people like the ancestors, Empress Wu, and many other Eternals to prosper and change the world. However, so now, destiny is manifesting in another form. Quantity. Yes and no. The Forerunners have perfected the destiny and improved upon it. They showed the world it was a wise move to give control of the upper dimension to people from the lower dimension. Now with the improved destiny, the lower dimension can now create both quantity and quality of cultivators, of eternal emperors, Wang Wei analyzed. That would explain why the Heavenly Emperor was so prosperous even after 33 generations, with no signs of slowing down, Yan Liling nodded. Exactly, Wang Wei nodded. Of course, he knew there were bigger things at play behind the Heavenly Emperor's prosperity, But this was not something to discuss with Yen Liling until she reached higher realms. Wang Wei took a sip of his drink. Liling's craft had improved, making this juice even more delicious than the last time he tasted it. You sure are taking your time, Yen Hai's voice suddenly echoed in the room. You know people are waiting for you? Wang Wei immediately stood up. I forgot, he said with a slight flush on his face. Hurry up. I'm coming, Wang Wei said before summoning a token to give to Yen Liling. Time is running out, so you must become a paragon as soon as possible, and this token is a shortcut. Did you bring as much merit as possible, as I reminded you? I did. Have you used them? No. The teacher told me to wait until I was a paragon. It seemed that old man is not senile yet. He was right. Use your merit to raise your realm in the paragon realm as much as possible. I understand. Yen Liling nodded. Kai Song is here, right? Yeah. How is her cultivation? Same cultivation and achievements. But her foundation is a little deeper since she ascended first. Yen Liling replied truthfully. That's good to hear. This token is for her. Don't you want to see her? Yen Liling knew her big brother had great plans for Kai Song, so she encouraged him to establish a deeper bond. We can talk afterward, Wang Wei said. It would be best not to waste time and focus on the upcoming Grand Assembly. He had a feeling great things were about to happen during that meeting. If you say so. Wang Wei said his goodbye before teleporting near Elder Council Mountain, before slowly flying to the meeting hall. Everyone was here, waiting for him, and as soon as he arrived, Wang Wei noticed three things. First, only 3 of the ancestors showed up. Second, there were 3 new seats on the front beside his, signifying 3 new peak paragons. More importantly, there was a new seat in the ancestor side, indicating a new primal. He observed the person and recognized it as Yen Shurong. The last time he checked, Yen Shurong was only in the 9 heavens during the ultimate taboo, and probably achieved the peak during the taboo. But now he has ascended into the realm of primals. He should have a fortunate encounter, Wang Wei analyzed. And the aftereffect of the ultimate taboo should be showing soon. Wu Hong and the twins should not be the only primals showing up. Most of the overlords should be given birth to new members. However, everyone knew this change was not as exciting as before. In the new era, primals were irrelevant. What will determine a faction's rise and fall will be the number of primordial chaos saints. I deeply apologize for my tardiness, Wang Wei said as he bowed 90 degrees, showing the utmost respect. He knew how to play politics. He was a young man who rose to the peak at an alarming rate. He's world famous, is loved by his ancestors, and has been granted great power in a short period. To put it another way, many people are probably wary of him. Whether it's due to his age, jealousy, concerns, or a desire for power, many eyes were on him. So, the fact that he arrived late at such a meeting was not a good sign. So Wang Wei chose the best approach to mediate the solution, apologize sincerely. We all have eternity, so it's not an issue to wait a few minutes, Qi Yuan said with a gentle smile. Many people wanted to say something, but since the founder had spoken, they would give him face. Wang Wei's attitude also helped. That is not an excuse to waste others' time, Wang Wei shook his head. He bowed a second time to all the elders before taking his seat at the front. He observed and recognized many people. He saw the Rainbow Emperor, who stuck her tongue at him, the somber and cool Shadow Ruler, the Miscellaneous Emperor with his scholarly aura, the Turtle Shell Emperor, who was not wearing his shell, but had designed it on his blue robe. The latter nodded to him before continuing to flirt with an elder in the back row. Hell Judgment had his eyes closed. It's apparent he was a loner. The first order of business is about your elder ceremony, Qi Yuan continued. Although it's a tedious process, it involves the luck and destiny of the sect, so this must be done. Since you don't want any grand celebration, let's use the next few days to get it over with. The ceremony process was not complicated. Wang Wei needed to isolate himself in mediation for 3 days, bathe in incense, and wear white. Then, he would salute a white altar with many of the elders as witnesses. As soon as Wang Wei finished praying at the altar, the sky changed. The Sex Chi Luck Dragon, a grand and noble white dragon, manifested between heaven and earth. Such a sight is normal for every ceremony, but what happened next shocked almost everyone. The dragon roared happily to the sky before manifesting grand visions around him. It then flew toward Wang Wei and motioned for him to get up on its head. Although surprised, Wang Wei nodded before jumping on. The dragon proceeded to condense a golden purple robe that wrapped neatly around Wang Wei before parading him for half an hour around the sect. Now do you understand why I put so much energy and faith in him? Qiyuan muttered to the other elders with a small smile. Before the meeting, Qiyuan felt the sects acquiring a new source of memorialized luck from Wang Wei's acquisition of the Void Illusion realm. He hid the changes to the sect's luck out of caution, and because he wanted to reveal it in the meeting to build momentum for Wang Wei. The elders were at a loss for words. Many of them have been in the sect since it was known as the Myriad Emperor sect, and throughout their lives, they have never seen an elder so grandly celebrated after a ceremony. So this is why you've been insisting he's the future of the sect, Yin Shirong uttered. He was a young man with bright blue eyes, incredibly handsome with a chiseled jaw as a defining characteristic. He wore a blue robe with clouds, with a scent of nature that was alluring to man and woman. If we want to become a true transcendent faction, one with many transcendent saints, he is our future, Qiyuan said calmly. But don't just take my words for it. The catastrophe is coming, and you'll see what I mean. All I ask is that you give him the benefit of the doubt and time to acclimate to his role. Yanhai snorted coldly. The kid is indeed our future, but he still has a lot of room for development. Qiyuan nodded slightly. He was a master of politics, so he understood Yanhai's role to balance his enthusiastic support of Wang Wei. Ultimately, politics is a strategic game, and the three siblings have been playing longer than most of these elders have been alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1543 The Elder Council. This was quite the ride, Wang Wei muttered as he flew toward the Elder Council mountain. His glamorous clothes have been dispersed, meaning he was back to his white ceremonial clothes. However, Wang Wei changed to his iconic purple robe with golden stitching on the cuffs, featuring symbolic or decorative motifs of strings and control. Enjoying yourself? It was quite an interesting experience, Wang Wei smiled. But the records never showed any such precedents. No one has ever created as much memorialized luck for a faction, Qiyuan replied. And I have a feeling the dragon also shares my view that you are the future of the sect. That's fine by me, as long as you don't drop all the heavy loads on me and act like you're retired. Of course not. I'm still young and have many things to do. Wang Wei looked at him, and for the first time he believed these words. It seemed that Qiyuan had worked out whatever spiritual crisis he was having after the ultimate taboo. Alright, let's get started. Everyone returned to the meeting room and took their position. Our first order of business is the Void Illusion realm, Qiyuan continued. Grand Elder Wang Wei has recently acquired control of this realm, and you can imagine the importance of its acquisition. The disaster is coming, and it should be our main means of communication, someone communicated. We used it during the First and Second Origin War. I don't see why we shouldn't use it again. Now that we control it, we will have more power during the assembly. Forget about the power, said Grand Elder Li Shengzong, the former patriarch of the Li clan. We should be worrying about security. What do you mean? In the previous wars, we didn't have to worry about the enemy taking control of the Void Illusion realm. However, with primordial saints existing and probably participating in the disaster, this should be a major concern. I didn't think of that. But can we even ensure adequate protection? Do we need to rely on Buddhism for this matter? If we do, we will have to share control of the realm with them. Should we be worrying about such a minor matter? A disaster is coming, and we don't even know if we'll survive. Our priority should be our safety, not power or control. So we agree to work with Buddhism? How about we wait a little while to buy some kind of defensive measures from the exchange list? We know there will be resources at the Transcendent Saint level. Can we afford it? And even if we can, is the price worth it for the Void Illusion realm? That's a fair point. Everyone shared their thoughts and opinions before silencing themselves and looking at the ancestors. What do you think? Qiyuan asked. We have two choices. Work with Buddhism or Heavenly Tao, Yin Shurong said calmly. The Void Illusion realm is a fundamental part of the Eternal Ascension world, and Heavenly Tao should be more than capable of ensuring its safety. Qiyuan nodded as this was his train of thought as well. Wang Wei, what do you think? Under normal circumstances, I would recommend working with both. Communication is key to any war or conflict, and securing our primary means of communication should be a top priority. However, there are underlying circumstances that force me to recommend Buddhism. Oh, Qiyuan asked, slightly intrigued. He thought of something. Is this about Ma Liquiu that you mentioned? That's right. According to my prediction, she should be reviving herself soon. Heavenly Tao is about the overall situation. And after knowing that Ma Liquiu has a high chance of becoming a primordial saint with the Void Illusion realm, it will give her control or access. We can't let that happen, a Grand Elder said. I concur. It's fine if she becomes a primordial saint since the world needs her strength to survive the disaster, but it can only be after we have one or a few of our own. Exactly. Qiyuan raised his hand to stop everyone. He focused on Wang Wei and continued. From the way you previously talked about her, you plan to turn her into an ally. But your tone seemed to have changed? She's too smart for her own good. Wang Wei shook his head. She's not as reliable as I thought. That's unfortunate, Qiyuan muttered. He then used his divine sense to converse secretly with Yan Hai and Yin Shurong about this matter before declaring. It's decided. We will work with Buddhism. Grand Elder Long Zhuli will be the ambassador to the Buddha Haven to discuss the logistics. No one disagreed with the decision. The sect has operated under a hierarchical structure for many years. Most of the time, power resides with the sect master, but in times of distress, the council, and more importantly, the ancestors have all the power. Does anyone else have something to say on the topic? I have something to say. All eyes were on Wang Wei. Go ahead. I believe I sent the news about Kong's Mortal Soul Legion. Yes, we received your news and archived it in the information hall, Yin Hai said. Wang Wei nodded. Kong and Saint Methria should be suggesting this idea to the Grand Council, and I believe no one would reject it. However, for his plan to succeed, they'll need access to the Void Illusion realm. We need to prepare to accommodate his plan, and all the mortals of the world. That is true, Qiyuan nodded. Who wants to partake in this endeavor? As soon as he said those words, numerous people raised their hands. The Tao opening sects still operated on a sect point system in the upper dimension. Many rare resources require sufficient contributions and sect points to exchange, and since the appearance of the exchange list, points can even be exchanged for merit at a decent price. In the end, Qiyuan chose a team of grand and regular elders knowledgeable in soul, illusion, and array Tao, along with people with skills for organization. After all, they had to deal with countless mortals. The next topic is war preparation, Qiyuan stated. For the next few minutes, people reported on the current situation. A lot of resources have been invested in training as many talents as possible. The sect has also increased its recruitment numbers, even lowering the requirements slightly to compensate for the high casualties in the disaster. However, someone suggested that since they lowered the requirements, they should increase the intensity of the disciples' training. Almost everyone agreed with this suggestion, with a few disagreeing, feeling the sect should continue its path of cultivating elites. These people wanted the requirements to be even harsher. Ultimately, the ancestors opted for the low requirement, high-intensity training approach. Wang Wei did not speak much on this topic, using the opportunity to understand the ins and outs of the sect. These people have more experience than he regarding preparing for large-scale wars, and have basically perfected the sect system. His input was not required. Once the topic of war preparation ended, Qiyuan was about to continue with the next topic when he sensed something. A shadow appeared behind him. The person lowered his head and muttered something in his ears that only he could hear. The tension in the room suddenly thickened when everybody saw the deep furrow in Qiyuan's brow. They waited with bated breath until the shadow disappeared. We failed to find the disaster's origin. His words confused most people as they were not privy to the information. So Qiyuan sent the information into everybody's mind. Qiyuan once insisted on buying news about the disaster gate from Wuhang, because he had a special technique to find the origin of things. After years of preparation, he used the technique and was directed to a timeline in the infinite trichiliocosm. Out of precaution, Qiyuan sent causality-free clones to investigate. However, he just received the news that all the clones died without the ability to resist. More importantly, that timeline disappeared. An entire timeline disappeared? What power is required to do such a thing? Unlike our primordial timeline, there are not as many rules and regulations. So the power needed could be as low as the first step or as high as the third step. You might as well not say anything. An elder rolled her eyes. It's obvious that only the people in the quintessence realm could do this. So saying any of the three realms could be responsible was the same as not saying anything. No need to panic, Qiyuan reassured everybody. Heavenly Tao has been preparing for this disaster, so there is no way it will not control the scale. The highest cultivators appearing will probably be tribunal saints, and they will be the weaker end. A being on par with Grand Tao has no business in this tribulation. Ancestor, you've doomed us all, Wang Wei said with a crying face. Ha! Qiyuan uttered, not hiding his puzzlement. Now that you've said these words, there will definitely be a Grand Tao saint involved somehow, Wang Wei said, wanting to cry but had no tears. Qiyuan wanted to deny his words and tell him to stop speaking nonsense to scare everybody else. However, he remembered that people like them, who are favored by destiny, are trouble magnets. It happened to Heaven Opening, to Qiyuan, and Wang Wei was the worst of the three. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1544 The Elder Council 2. The law of balance of the chaos universe does not play around. The higher a person's destiny is, the luckier they will be, and the harsher their life will be. This rule applies to everyone, and when it comes to extreme cases like Qiyuan and Wang Wei, the worst is expected to happen in every scenario. We may need to prepare for the worst-case scenario, Yanhai muttered. She's been with Qiyuan the longest, and was present for all the moments when the worst-case scenarios happened. It's all your fault, Qiyuan said while staring at Wang Wei. Me? You're the one who decided to put those unlucky words into the world. If you keep quiet, we may have a chance, Wang Wei countered. Now is not the time to play the blame game, Yanhai said. We need a concrete plan. She already noticed several people who could no longer control their auras after realizing a Grand Tao saint might be involved in the disaster. But what can we do? Yan Shurong asked, his lips twitching. He had read the stories of his ancestors, and the current situation made him realize, in hindsight, how harsh their lives had been. He also realized he suffered the most during the ultimate taboo, when he was with them. If the situation reaches that point and there is nothing we can do, we can only rely on our desperate safety net, Wang Wei said. You mean Su Dandan? Qiyuan said. You put it nicely, calling it a desperate safety net. If they join the primeval body mansion as a way to save their lives from a Grand Tao saint, the Tao opening sect might cease to exist, at least until they can survive and cultivate a saint on that level. However, would the mansion just allow them to grow? That path was the last resort, and could only be used after all other options had been exhausted. We need to give that little girl more support if she's going to be our safety net, Yanhai said. We should also increase our focus on body refining if we want to better acclimate to the mansion. So, should we increase our support in spreading the human fiend god bloodline? Yan Shurong asked. The new bloodline has significantly enhanced the sect's potential in numerous ways, including the creation of several potential primals. In the previous era, only pseudo-eternals had the opportunity to become primals, unless the cultivators walked the true power Tao realm path and achieved willpower manifestation. Unfortunately, not many people possessed the talent for body refinement, nor could they endure the pain that came with it. The human fiend god bloodline and the current spirit of cultivation of the sect have created numerous primal prospects that can use willpower manifestation instead of Tao will. Even more, we should establish a strict system that encourages the awakening and development of our bloodline. But what about the reproduction issue? Yen Shirong asked. The law of balance of the universe is prevalent everywhere. Fiend gods are born powerful, but they have a slow growth period and low reproductive abilities. Humans are born weak, but compared to fiend gods, their speed of breeding is comparable to bunnies. The human fiend god cannot escape this balance. They cannot be powerful and have high reproduction. Wang Wei has circumvented this balance by sealing the bloodline of clan members, requiring them to awaken at a certain age, with a probability of failure. In other words, human fiend gods are technically born weak. However, this method will not be nearly enough once so many members of the clan have such a powerful bloodline. The way of balance is not a rigid rule or system, but more a will or consciousness that will change and adapt to any situation. Once the Tao opening sect becomes a bloodline faction with billions of members, it will trigger the balance mechanism. No need to worry about it, Qiyuan replied. Yen Shirong squinted as he understood the latter's meaning. Once they have one or a few transcendent saints, they can deal with the mechanism, or at the very least, reduce its effect. Now their focus should be to spread the bloodline to prepare for the disaster and possible fusion with the primeval body mansion. I understand. Qiyuan looked at the elders. No need to panic. Our sect has survived for so long because we have remained calm, no matter the circumstances, and we have prepared for all scenarios. So even if a Grand Tao Saint is somehow involved in this disaster, we will survive it. Qiyuan's white robe, calm demeanor, profound eyes, and an aura that indicated he was the origin of all Taos were indeed reassuring. Most of the elders who were panicking felt appeased. He even instilled a sense of confidence in them. Even the ones who did not completely trust his words did not immediately despair, which was a good sign. Thank you, Ancestor, the elders said in unison, bowing slightly. The only person who secretly rolled his eyes was Wang Wei. He knew how terrifying Grand Tao Saint was. Although Hongjun's storytelling used crude visions, he could still deduce from the context clues how terrifying an existence Pangu was. However, he was also not panicking about this news. If everything goes accordingly, the person who will be involved in the cause and effect of the Grand Tao Saint is Emperor Kong, not him. Wang Wei plans to activate his Black Qi luck ability during the entire disaster to remain unaffected by fate, destiny, luck and cause and effect. He will do everything from the shadows and only show up when needed. I'm about to enter my puppeteer era, Wang Wei thought with a smirk. Qiyuan nodded at everybody's response. He noticed Wang Wei's anomaly, but he did not point it out. We have 2 more topics to discuss, he continued. The first is about the Grand Assembly. The Qin Saint Court is in charge of this session, so we should prepare for the meeting. Although unlikely, we should prepare in case the Qin people are planning something. Would they dare? Especially with Saint Methria present? Don't think she is absolute. Who knows what people have brought from the ultimate taboo? One of the elders argued. Previously, everyone was injured or in limbo, so these methods could not be used. But that's no longer the case. There is also the fact that everybody now has contact with other worlds. Who knows if any of these people have already sold our world for profit? Aren't you exaggerating things? Maybe. But remember, if we can have the primeval body mansion as a backup, why can't they? That's true. The human emperor is a master of luck manipulation, so attendees should prepare. Additionally, their main array is a masterful creation. We should prepare in case they suddenly turn it against us. In that case, Wang Wei Miscellaneous 1, Shadow Ruler, Sir Wangbo, and Tang Song will attend the assembly with us. The elders looked at Wang Wei. They understood all the other choices. Grand Elder Shadow Ruler was here in case they needed to escape. Miscellaneous, Wangbo, and Tang Song formed a team of rune and array masters to deal with the Qin Court's array. So why was this young Grand Elder chosen? Is this another case of the ancestors' favoritism? Wang Wei smiled before releasing the slight aura of his luck Dao. Then, an understanding dawned on everybody. They had no complaints. Although there were a few people who studied luck, none had such a pure aura. Maybe they would have protested before the ceremony, but now everybody chose to hold their tongues. Let's continue, Qiyuan said. One of the primary discussions is the fate of the Primarchs. What's your opinion? What is there to discuss? This is the perfect opportunity to weaken the temple. But is it that simple? We know the potential of the demon race. They have been occupied dealing with the innate demon gods, preventing them from growing and prospering. But once their enemy is out of the way, they will become a major problem. Not really. They still need to battle the temple, which means they will suffer immense casualties in the process. When they take the time to recuperate, we will use that opportunity to leave them behind. Why be so nice? We can secretly destabilize their faction and ensure they never recuperate. I strongly disagree. We always had a somewhat amicable relationship with the demons. If we interfere too much in their affairs, it may drive them into cooperating with the Grand Sect Alliance. You guys need to stop thinking like it's the previous era and think about the future. Saint Methria has already shown signs that she expects cooperation from all the overlords to survive the catastrophe. Do you really think she'll allow anyone to weaken the demon race? You have a point. So, do you think she will not allow the Primarchs to perish? Hard to say. They are an unstable variable, which may sway her decision. Deep sigh. I miss the days when everything was relatively balanced. Now she holds all the power. Don't say these words out loud. Your words make me even sadder. We have to adapt to the current situation. We allowed our pride to get in the way during the taboo, and this is the price to pay. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1545 Elder Council 3. What do you think? Qiyuan asked, looking directly at Wang Wei, who did not immediately answer. Instead, he took the time to access the information hall and reviewed all the news gathered by the sect during his absence about the temple. Things will not proceed as smoothly as most people think, Wang Wei finally said. The Primarchs are not stupid. They should have realized that their compatriot is setting them up, but they have remained calm and composed until now. They must have something to rely on to survive this ordeal. Based on the information, Wang Wei realized these Primarchs remained seated in their position without doing anything. They didn't fight with the Emperor Path demon gods, they barely tried to clear their names, and they haven't secretly tried to move some of their people away. The only explanation for their behavior is that they have accepted their fate, or they have something up their sleeve to survive the ordeal. Wang Wei believes it's the latter, especially after his deduction during his retreat. However, he did not bring it during this meeting because he was not too sure, and he hoped he was right. So he decided to keep this news to himself and let things develop accordingly. It's indeed odd. At first, I thought they wanted to argue their case fairly during the assembly, but these old beasts should not be this naive, Yan Shurong added. These innate demon gods should understand that people want to eliminate them to weaken the temple, and finally settle the battle between innate and acquired life forms. Well, it's not much of a debate anymore since the acquired have won. However, many people still find them an eyesore, and they will be more than happy to eliminate them entirely. But what could their way of surviving be? Don't tell me they've sold themselves to foreign worlds, Yin Hai said. It's not impossible. They are not desperate and will probably do anything to survive. Qiyuan frowned. Who would they join? An elder asked. It could be any Transcendent faction, or maybe the Heaven Law world, someone suggested. Transcendent faction can provide them with better protection, and the Heaven Law world was ruled by Primarchs, so it made sense to join their fellow compatriots. Does it matter who? We should focus on how to respond if it's true. It does matter. These traitors must have sold our news to other chaos worlds. You don't think these foreigners already know the state of our world? These hyenas have already prepared to benefit from the chaos. They haven't shown themselves because they are waiting to see the scale of the disaster. They want us to bear the brunt of the first wave of attacks. Wang Wei frowned after hearing these words. Why wasn't the Hong protection system activated? According to his fiancée, the system was not designed to protect the world from invaders, but it could also intercept communications. In other words, it was the wise move to activate it to keep news from leaking. The system is now completely under Heavenly Daos control, Yan Hai explained. So it wants the news to leak? Wang Wei uttered. He did not hide his sneer. It makes sense. If we fail the disaster, It would want foreign factions to take our place and continue the prosperity of the central destiny chaos world. Although Wang Wei's words were harsh, it contained some truth. Heavenly Dao has planned the rise of the eternal ascension world for too long, meaning it's prepared to do whatever it takes to ensure success, even if it means replacing the current inhabitants with foreign forces. We have never trusted Heavenly Dao, so our sect has long been prepared to compete with foreign forces to preserve our spot at the top of the hierarchy, Yin Shurong sneered. Wang Wei nodded. The disaster has many implications. On the lowest level, it is a reshuffling of the power board, removing the 13 overlord system, and setting up a new system with transcendent factions at the top. However, at the highest level, the disaster's purpose is to launch the Transcendent Age, pushing the Chaos universe into a new era. A few historians have argued that the Transcendent Age began with the revelation of the Quintessence Realm, and some extreme scholars have even suggested that the end of the ultimate taboo marked the start of the age. However, Wang Wei believes the age will officially begin when the first true and complete primordial chaos saint from the eternal ascension world is born. This idea is why he encourages and tries to ensure Wu Hong is the first to do it. Let's get back on topic, Qi Yuan said. What should our stand be about the fate of the Primarchs? I say we vote with everybody else and wait to see how they plan to save themselves. If they are indeed traitors, maybe we can put some of the blame on the temple, and use this opportunity to weaken them. That's not a bad idea. I'm not too fond of how they are using us to clean up their house. The general consensus has been determined, and since the ancestors did not object, it was decided. The following discussion was still about the Grand Assembly, but it was more of a speculation of what other people might propose. The council also talked about the possible steps the Assembly will take to prepare for war mobilization. This discussion lasted for several days before it came to a close. Then, Qi Yuan and the other two had a serious look. For this next conversation, only the Grand Elders can participate. The others looked at each other before slowly and methodically leaving the meeting room, leaving the first row of individuals. Once everybody was out, Qi Yuan, Yin Hai, and Yin Shurong moved. They acted together to activate an array that covered the meeting room. Their cautions increased the tension in the room, but everyone waited with bated breath. Grand Elder Xie Yuehan, Grand Elder Yin Shishing, Grand Elder Wang Liping, Grand Elder Two Fingers and Grand Elder Zhou Shihong, please stand up. Everyone was now confused, so they looked at these five with suspicion. However, even these five elders were perplexed as to why they were called out. However, they followed orders and slowly stood up. All eyes were on them as people wondered whether it was a good or bad thing to be called out. Qi Yuan did not waste time giving them an answer. He waved his hand to manifest black chains that instantly captured these five. Ancestor, what's the meaning of this? Wang Liping yelled. Yes, we did nothing wrong. Cooperate and you'll be released and compensated if you're discovered to be innocent, Qi Yuan said calmly. He did a hand sign to activate the array, materializing a large mirror that shone on these five elders. Well, Yin Hai asked after a few minutes. Most of them are only unknown pawns. They probably didn't know their existence was tempered. Qi Yuan replied calmly. That means there is a traitor. Who is it? Wang Liping. All eyes immediately shifted to a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, wearing all black. The man looked so bland that it was hard to believe he shared the Wang clan blood, or that he was a paragon in the first place. Ancestor, this must be a mistake, Wang Liping tried to argue. Who's behind him? Yin Hai asked, looking at him intently. Her sword will make many people in the room suffocate. I don't know, Qi Yuan shook his head. What I know is he has been replaced long ago, with the original Wang Liping long dead. Such a perfect copy? Yin Shurong uttered. That's the scary part, Qi Yuan nodded. What do we do with him? Do we try to get more information, or just eliminate him? Yin Shurong asked. The power that can make such a perfect copy is not something we can meddle with currently, so he must be eliminated, Qi Yuan said firmly. No, you can't do this, I am. A sword strike with unparalleled speed strikes out, instantly eliminating his body and soul. Yin Hai then closed her eyes to sense something. Less than 20 minutes later, she entered the river of time, and returned a few minutes later. Everybody then sensed a slight change in the sect's luck. They understood what had happened. Grand Elder Liping was dead. They looked at Yanhai with deep fear. They knew primals were scary, but this was on another level. The person most shocked by this event was Yen Shurong. He was on cloud 9 after becoming a primal, but after seeing how fast and easily Yanhai found Wang Liping's time mark and killed him, he realized there were levels to primals. What should we do with the rest? Yanhai asked. Wang Wei, can you help them? Qiyuan asked. I'll try. Wang Wei approached the captured elders and observed for a few minutes. Then he started putting acupuncture needles all over their bodies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.